So we are starting in 5 minutes, 5 more minutes to like get to see them.
Also, if someone
Stop.
if someone has the EYP Denmark envelope, please say.
If somebody has EYP Denmark envelope, please say.
Oh.
Don't have it.
Okay, cool. We have it now.
And then it will be renamed.
Yeah.
I think either interview or interview. I think check all the three work.
Like this is good.
BNC Meeting Day 3.
Thank you.
Okay, maybe for
So today,
I'm not sure how you can send it.
I'm not sure either. I can just add it.
Yeah. Oh, that's an hour. Yeah.
No, we don't have any.
There's. Okay. Doesn't feedback you has but it goes to the
Where's Denmark?
There's a double time.
yes. If you can go to Discord
Yeah, but I did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that I can do. I love how in all other. Yeah, but it's like this. I know.
Again?
I was not a
You're not.
okay, electronics. These two are the only electronics. What are these fucking security? Yes, sounds like that. And like they usually bring up in the shop. I will close this one again. I just said I would close this one again.
Yeah.
I will remove the down one from I don't know. Right now?
Yeah. Because I don't think we have gone everybody. I can post the practice for things. Ah. Sorry, what? Yes. Which is the best we have today on UIT involvement in team election? Which the best we have today? Sorry? Let's see. We're gonna make some change. What?
What's the sound of that?
I think it's between us and then this thing plays. Like, what
So
it's
it's the speaker.
oh, good. It's between the speaker? Yes. Oh, it's different. Yes. I'm not sure it's the name of the- Photo? What's the name of the thing?
Hang on.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I think it's-
That one was. And then.
It also somehow.
I'm afraid this one is like
I'm not-
on maximum volume though.
Which one is up though? This year? I don't think it can get any higher. It's
Okay,
not turned on right now.
that's right. Okay. Okay. Nope. Okay, let's take it to the other two. Break it out.
Nope. Yeah.
How it works. I think the phone needs to be the mic.
Wait, try now. It was muted.
What?
It was muted.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Is it how?
No.
So like stereo? No.
No.
Okay. I mean, you can check it. I think if it brings up to a sound.
What is that?
No, I don't need. I don't like that. Like it's like frequency. Like you guys talk like.
It does work, we just need to be very close.
Yes. Kind of works, but it really doesn't have volume.
It's just because like these are the ones that can have like here, ours the one have to hear.
Yeah.
Ours can be used for fucking beatboxing, but not for this.
It's like fun. It's better like this.
Like I've really gotten my screaming practice here, I feel. There we go once. I don't understand.
No, you're not gonna. You can open. Next. I know. Okay. Can we get started? Can the people in the back either close the door or be more silent? Okay, that's much better. We will start with the BNC meeting. Let's set the links to everybody to have them. And we will kick off the phone call.
Right, we will start first day. And as said, we will start with a roll call. So, yeah, we'll be ready. Okay, perfect. We will start by Albania. We will not start for others not ready. Okay, Armenia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Finland, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, Kosovo, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Moldova, the Netherlands, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Russia, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the first debate, which is a policy proposal, which is a topic of debate by the governing body, and it is on the European elections 2024. You can find it in the meeting booklet on page 37. Governing body will recognize. The statement of the debate reads: approaching the 2024 European elections, UMP is one of the biggest European youth organizations who need opportunities to take on a more prominent role in implementing its strategy, serving as a catalyst for active citizenship, all while upholding the values of consensus and nonpartisanship.
Good morning, everyone. So before we move to our topic, the topic of European elections, of course, we just make a short break to sing happy birthday to our wonderful GB member, Nish. So, happy birthday. As we know, the European elections are coming up in June 2024, between June 6th and 9th. And we know that the IO has been actively working on the front to make sure that we will be facing exciting events to the network. So in October, together with the project manager, Sarah, will visit the Brussels, where the representatives our strategy for the election. And our goal is to make sure that we can support our issues that the nation needs. So the goal is incorporating the elections to the network discussion within the year and make sure that young people in the network are effective citizens and they understand the importance of voting. Going to the rationale. Of course, the IT strategy focuses on active citizenship and democracy and business cultural understandings that is part of our rationale is to understand the need of having specific projects to make sure that we're making an impact right before the European elections. Specifically, outcomes are advocating for active citizenship and raising awareness in the network, generating ideas that would be concrete initiatives, increasing awareness among our members, and of course, encouraging cross-border collaboration between the national communities. So our possible action plan is currently waiting for the outcomes of the discussion that incorporating the ideas into our project, make sure that we're very well aware of your ideas, encouraging you to implement promising ideas. GP and I will be actively supporting you and encourage you to reach out for work. Now going to the speaking to our friend and shortly about youth for vote and finance young voices in the European election. As this much about it will be about communication, so that the national communities will also have a way of benefiting from it. I will be actively working with the materials, sharing the information, meeting the main activities that are firstly planned are the BNC meeting, which will be raising awareness, to also sharing reports, for you to raise your information, and then we have the media academy, which will be focusing on the for the election, raising awareness, what type of interesting projects will be implemented. And use communication with me about which details in this school and already in the event, and for the European election support fund, for which I will put the 3 days started brainstorming on my date, for you to implement on cash level and of course benefit the from the other people. So the aim are to build the media skills in writing community, especially in this important time, in our local changemakers to register the election, mobilize first-time voters, because they are our first priority. Make sure that first-time voters vote, so they continue engaging with the right. The next project that is very big change for us and we can involve on European level globally is hosting the local targeted event. The application was designed and become the European Parliament this September. The project manager, the event will be happening in Berlin between April 18 to 20, the 17th with the official steering date. Project managers are IMS, citizenship, the election and the capital for meetings. And so the local youth event will be focusing on 5 pillars that I usually definitely during the European event. So the first 4 are European elections, of course, so there will be workshops designed to European elections, and we'll be talking about Europe, sustainable Europe, so those are the first. And one thing that we designed is to be implementing the differentiating from all the others. The specific pillar designed for the NGOs. So NGOs that will be delivering workshops for the first 4 pillars. It will be also designed for training for themselves, understand how better build capacity for their own organization. So, talking about numbers to understand the scope of the event, we'll be training 2,000 young people permanently in April. We'll be having 500 young people during the digital because we want to be as possible. And we'll be talking to the 15 organizations, groups, and those with the 40 decision makers and entities and official will be the organizing media team and state. So the projects that will be implemented in this short phase plan are the community services workshop that will be over in the days. There will be job tasks to make together done for the compensation that the person wants to communicate with the internship or like engaging in professional life and in the perspective. And work there, which will be the job tasks that will be designed for the NGOs, also the NGOs or meet their official members and they were involved with the there will be plenary session, policy makers will, there will be a plenary session where they will share the outcomes and the findings that they have for the discussion. And then we have, of course, your individual concern and other parts of social growth. So the goals and the outcomes that we expect as the right people need the money, job of I to be a major contributor to the strategy 2021-2025, and of course, we're trying to do everything for our strategy. They speak opportunities for our international sessions because we would like to have international sessions opportunity. FDI to make sure they have the opportunity to group sponsors and fundraise further for their event. We will try to integrate non-EU national communities, of course, if you understand our European election to be engaged for non-EU national communities, so that we will be strengthening the image and the network of force and future oriented and development because we will be focusing a lot on the development of skills for more organizers and related members. And contribution to the contribution of the key to so there are some questions that we would like to address with the next week. First, important to go with like networking with the election. We work on the intelligence. What extent we can foster cross-border collaboration with international pieces, how we promote is different for you, and in a way how we start keeping better together in what ways non-EU national communities will contribute to very diverse cultural and linguistic backgrounds into the network. How can we ensure that our messaging resonates with wide range of audiences? So with that being said, I think
Thank you very much. So as the first thing, we will go to statements. So if you have a statement, please raise your placard. Discussion break. If you have a statement from Ukraine, Ukraine will already.
Hi, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So to say something on this, as a Ukrainian, I believe that our country is pretty close, and our people are, especially young people, are incredibly interested in the European events. The thing is that they might think that European elections do not touch on our country and don't really solve anything. But state, say the least, we are the candidate state who aspires to become a full EU member. And we need to act now as an educational initiative to provide you the knowledge of how it is happening so that in the future they have at least some knowledge, something they heard about election. And I believe that by extending this initiative to non-EU countries who are candidate states or prior to the UN, this will be paramount to them and their young people.
Thank you very much, Ukraine. Do you have any other statements? There is no more placards, so we will return time for the entities to give you order.
Secondly, when we create an issue, it will be open to any national community that is linked, and we will And moreover, the plan is to make sure that we bring review train ambassadors to the local eye, to make sure that they are continually raising awareness about the issue and raise their voices. So I absolutely agree, there will be no intention or any way to exclude any of the national communities that are willing to get involved.
Thank you very much. We will then move on to the debate. The debate is structured in 3 rounds, each with different things to discuss. In the first round, we will discuss the role of the UFE network in the European elections 2024. So what is the role of the UFE network? Is the main question for this round. Raise your placards if you vote.
Talk today about how we can include the white BNCs that are elections that are not winners and are not in the European elections. My question would kind of be, do you have like an initial idea of how we can include countries that are not? Like, have you had any brainstorming estimate, or is it all left to the front there?
Thank you very much.
Okay, so of course, already started the brainstorming, and firstly, all the existing the community, we will be very much encouraging share everything that will be provided by the IO. It will certainly also be important for young people on local level to understand what their weaknesses in the relation with the European elections, with their local elections. So I think the materials will be shared, and then the IO members and the GP will be available for the consultation. They will further discuss how we would like to get involved. So if you have any ideas how we would like to further get involved, that test will not be for you to share today or raise today, very open to discuss.
Thank you very much. In that case, we will go on to the second round debate, which is check around challenges and opportunities. We read out the question below. What challenges and opportunities do you anticipate in mobilizing youth engagement during the European elections? What extent should we foster cross-border collaboration and coordination for initiatives leading up to the elections? How do local political landscapes differ? How might these differences impact our approach to the election? France will recognize you.
Good morning, everyone. I was just having a question about the event therein. Is it something open to every people from Europe? Is it going to be only white peers, or is it the event in which to get members, or is it thank you.
Yes, it's quite a big question, but how do you want to like keep the balance between being a sustainable event, since there's also a workshop about sustainability and it's one of the pillars, and having great diversity and people from all over Europe being able to come. And also you said before you wanted more inclusion, so you have 500 online people joining online. How do you want like to get like people maybe from less wealthy countries being able to come? Will it be also like some kind maybe a reimbursement?
Do you have any more questions? I see a point for Greece. Raise your hand.
I'd like to say that the workshop yesterday from Christina and Sarah was wonderful, and the girls really helped with the NC communications and the media project as ATS. And Mira has done an amazing work with I is an event with many opportunities. And however, I would also like to mention one opportunity. The international office informed BNC during the late 2021. So if you were on the board in 2021 or 2022, now it's 2023, don't story bad. The Center of Development Democracy in Tartu 2024 at the European capital have launched a project called Hybrid European Democracy Festival. And at first, the office proposed us to host some hubs. It's a pan-European panel discussion, and there will be many hubs online connected. And the dates are set that's 2 weeks before the European elections. The theme is the European elections. And there will be education, technology, sustainability, culture, and many other aspects. It's a really ideal opportunity if you are interested in hosting a hub. And please consider that because it will attract the attention of young people in your countries. I can guarantee that. And the organization is giving the best guidance and will support you with anybody with that.
Thank you very much. For your
People are wondering about the scope, which you envision this project to be, because it is not a lot of time until the elections are now, it's like half a year. And if you want to do cross-border cooperation with big events or something, I think that is something that is not possible anymore very much. And it's maybe something that we can notice a challenge and something that we can also wrap our nose here and say that we never have not thought of the elections early enough, maybe. So yeah, just try to think this out.
Thank you. I see a point.
Thank you, Chris, for bringing up the point. I think it's a good reminder, maybe you can send an email around, but that's the cooperation with another education and you work directly with them. Just provide a contact. And for more details, indeed, the reason we need to pursue it further is just because there was more funding available and we can, there is not much funding available. And to the point from Germany, we can also contribute data. In our opinion, the just in time, also all the content leads the effort in communication efforts. And also maybe, I don't know how much focus on the board in mobilizing the board in Poland to the national elections that all the actors in the field show inspiration from. And all the funds we talk to, they would start and phasing again. So actually now the time is used to design it to connect with civil-society actors in their countries. So that's why the point is actually quite well on time. They will now select the project, we will have research to develop it together, and then to roll out next campaigns. And for the cross-border corporations, they're not talking about sessions. It can be like a hub, it can be a panel discussion, it can be an online event, it can be leading projects, but it's small scale events which do not require one year in one spending.
Thank you very much. With this, I think we will return to the proposal.
Okay, so starting with the question to be written about the local party, we will be open to an online effort. So not only electors, but first we not very electors work, but we also do that we will outreach. And there will be the with the European Parliament because we understand that we have our audience. And in terms of outreach, we have a lot of resources and time and strategy to go beyond that and reach out to every level. So we've been working closely with the European Parliament IT to make sure we can approach a lot of people from different backgrounds, but we also want to bring a lot of the audiences, international communities, everything that we do, those kind of people will be able to meet with you as our entity. We actually write in Luxembourg about sustainability and accessibility. The grant that is completed we worked on it for a month, and it is very detailed in terms of how many required for it to take overview of what are our steps that we're really taking in terms of sustainability. So encouraging sustainable travel, making sure that we're reducing the environment and the impact of the event in terms of organizing. All of that was for you. We definitely do putting all the other things we as possible. And it is important our effort as well. In terms of accessibility, we're talking about the 2,000 young people. Unfortunately, the grant is not there for us to be able to provide university design. Maybe we started further with the environment team, that happen. Please, there's some knowledge participants, but for now, we will see after their visit to banks, and everything, what we can do there. And I'm responded. Please, the question, and going quickly, like your name, just adding like I said, in terms of the border operation, the picture for that full both campaign and the areas of the previous for the I and after I will have photo of pages as well. Like I think that we is do that, but it's no combo then that 65 page or any kind of media project. Thank you very much. We now will move on to the third round of debate, which is a general round. So if you have any questions or anything, please raise your placard. I see a placard from Switzerland. From Switzerland, your record.
Okay, hi. So as a member state, and I feel like we have like discussed this quite extensively, I wanted to address other member states in the BNC. That we could maybe get together and take this kind of responsibility away from not as, oh, you don't have anything to do there, but just like to contribute to this project and maybe brainstorm in our own kind of capabilities what we can do, because a lot of non-member states are also aspiring members of the EU. So I feel like we could really do a lot there and have quite some impact as a kind of youth network. So I wanted to see if there's like general interest in that and maybe start kind of discussions sooner so that we can really get somewhere.
I welcome the initiative of the district just to share some ideas that we had in mind as an educational project. It's the best opportunity for all non-EU member states, which are working on visionarity, society and organization opportunity to promote knowledge and ideas, EU structure, or anything that has to do with education. So, and of course, mobilizing you vote, your members who want to able to vote down on you. They're of course located elsewhere, so you could also indirectly do that. But then they do a lot of material. For example, our Yanka project will also do a lot of material on the climate involvement. So that's a very good way for you just to take this content and post on your social media, and this way it's related but not so involved with your connections. That would be our advice to non-human.
Thank you very much. Cyprus, sure.
Just think that there should be having that problems from the workshops. More thinking moving forward, it would be great if we share those thinking with us, because we're thinking of doing something in Cyprus as well, thinking the other NGOs, local ones, reach out to cooperate. Other visuals to understand young people who want peaceful elections, what kind of events, mostly of interest, secure and thinking. Yes, we have a starting point.
Thank you very much. We'll then be going to the network followed by question.
Thank you. Yeah. One thing that we talked about yesterday during the workshop as well, which I think is really important that we invite everyone to weigh in on, is that, or at least I think is the biggest challenge, is trying to mobilize people outside of UAP. Moreover, in the possible action plan, there's an idea for a comprehensive timeline, and I think this is a really good idea, but we need to think about where the timeline will be available and who will be able to edit it, and when that is decided, how can we contact these editors with new ideas?
Thank you very much. Moving on to Franco.
Thank you. I have a question in regards to the participants that are going to be in the like dinner. If I'm not mistaken, the participants will be also from the NGOs that will be not from the UYP network, right? There will be NGOs from this. Will there be an open corporate participation, or will there be a selection process, or what's going to be the process of getting people to the event, right? Both the participants and the NGOs.
Thank you very much. We will take this point from the Czech Republic.
My question is very simple. I was wondering what kind of events would you suggest that we can organize cross-border ones? So would it be international games? Would it be local, like cluster sessions for different entities, or would it be like an online panel debate? Is there anything specific that you have in mind, or did you bring the debate about this so that we can have ideas in it?
Thank you very much. I think we're to the international office. You were next.
Oh, yeah, cool. No, thank you for your interest and commitment to be part of this campaign. I will give just a couple of specific examples, not necessarily the cross-border event, but anything around what is the agenda, like what are topics which is part of the campaign to organize any kind of discussion with your alumni, with your members. Can be an online event, can be part of your sessions. If you, as one of the session elements, integrate what on your elections and inviting people to speak about. For some smaller projects, also what I think Christine and Sarah talked about is media projects. And for that, it can be video, it can be interviewing people, especially with residents, I think it's a big concern for us as well, how to reach the people who are, like, most likely people in this room will vote, and most likely you will tell your friends to vote. And first of all, those who have zero relationship with the Euro outbreak event. For these people, of course, we will also try to think of any campaigns with influencers, like control sites, anything of this kind. And the more we do that, and you have also some local people, and we will just charge the campaign. And the same with the corporate campaign. I think there's so much potential, which is one question. put your couple of friends from your countries to do a TikTok reel and then create it and then we post it, and that would, you would consider already a cross-border cooperation project. And another specific idea was Chris mentioned about the hub, but we are still not, like, we have not finalized, but we are in touch with the Europa House, or what's the name of the game, Maastricht, because they are putting the Maastricht debate. Some of you might know that for young people, of course, that is very academic, but still they want to have a lot of delegations. And what we are trying now to explore is to pose watch private this debate. Then it will bring together the members, ideally activate other non-members, and really a perfect opportunity to reach out. And the same, what most likely with the new partnership with Bertelsmann Foundation here in Germany, we might also organize something like election party. So to give away some small funding for you to organize a takeout for members on the election days, and ideally opening up to as many people as possible. Very little effort for you to do, and then if you all know what the day of the elections, you put the rest of it in your calendar, and very specific activity. So to run towards a marching debate, they can do the election. Even I would recommend doing it, even if we don't give away any funding instructions, if we don't secure the funding with the foundation, it's really very low effort and low cost event to organize. We will be sending around one information in January. If no more questions, we will return to the governing body. Ideas and workshop to share. Secondly, they will be sharing the results of the workshop. To be available there. Also, they will try to really together the members for gender and zero. In December, we will have a refined report from the project and the summary, as well as the ideas that will be there and will be initiated with the will be very useful and we will discuss them. About the I and the process of selection. So we're still in the discussion with the challenge with the make how usually for the 2,000 people and 500 people, we expect their support for them to launch the call, and it is very well known. And then there are also 3 other local eyes that will be happening in the culture. And there are the first one that will be also. I believe it will be much easier for them to get all the information. In my case, we will be handling additional time. When it comes to the age group, for instance, content, there will be some real selection. Because of course, we will be shaping the timeline and the content that will be delivered. And only with sign ups, that will be the chance of the content that will be posted and how can we use the content to make it effective and useful in the way we share the data. So the specific will be we share the report and and for the cross-border cooperation, it's not that we have something completely in mind that will be very happy to encourage any type of cooperation that we would like to do. And not specifically events that whatever your effort can be directed to. Very passionate about the Thank you very much. Thank you all today. This is another one of the programs they have and the very specific idea that we all do is just to integrate your simulations in all of the events you do. It's the simplest and most straightforward. So each session you have should have the session topic, and then there's a way to activate. And of course, you could even include a small brainstorming activity to your officials and see how do we activate the report you as officials to bring them together, and that's where the creative multiplier effect and that's the most impactful way in our you may think about it, and for that, for the communications campaign, that we look vital. Thank you for allowing me to answer. Thank you very much.
I will also this debate. Thank you very much for your point. We will then move on to the next one. We will use better information and putting the slide up. In the meantime, for the minute figure, and we have 32 president speakers.
Do we have slides for it to deliver it? Because I don't think we do. Okay. So, you all take a 5 minute break while we wait. Honestly, yeah, okay, thank you. Now it should be working, I hope. How long has it been used for, if you know? Hope this is like for the past like 5 minutes. We didn't check before, like when we started. Maybe at the beginning, like then it was working, so hope it was working for the past. But yeah, we will be opening the floor for any statements by any MCs who want to do so. No statements, okay. We'll then not be returning to the proposing entity because the nothing is spoke to. Instead, we will open the floor for a general round of debate. It says there are two, general and general, but we will see how it goes and if we need both. So, does anybody want to have a point? Yes, it might be the Netherlands, followed by UAE Sweden. Can somebody pass the mic towards UAE the Netherlands?
Thank you so much. We'd first like to say that we fully agree with this proposal and that we are very happy that something like this is thought about. But we have a question regarding the definition of a third party and especially what they need to know in order to be able to represent the victim. Like, will the victim check the facts at the end of the procedure to make sure that all the facts are correct? Like, how close is like, has the victim only said told their story once to third representatives? Because of course it's very traumatizing to have to retell the story over and over, but there's also often a reason why they have to retell the story, which is unfortunate, but it's true. So yeah, that's a question.
Thank you, repeat the Netherlands. As promised, we will go to UAE Sweden. And also, if you guys have points, can you please keep your placards up so we can allocate them on the box, maybe. But yes, UAE Sweden. You are ready.
Thank you. Yes, I want to say that UAP Sweden really likes this proposal. We are happy that this is taken into consideration. My point is mainly about the procedure. If the third party submits the complaint with the consent of the victim, how will then the investigation look like? So will the third party have the responsibility of presenting the situation in the investigation? Will the victim be involved in any way? As it's a little bit similar to what the Netherlands said of retelling the story. So basically make the process as accurate as possible. What will the victim's role be in this case?
Thank you, UAP Sweden. We will take UAP Finland, very close to you. Just for the sake of convenience. Also, somebody is acting like next to you, depositing in Sweden. So the floor. Yes, you're welcome. UAP Finland, that's promised.
Thank you. UAP Finland's uses proposals is very needed and welcome. The section for it is definitely overall. We were just wondering, can this third person be anyone, or do they need to be a witness in the situation, or for instance, ESP?
Thank you, UAP Finland. We will take a point by UAP United Kingdom. Over there in the phone.
I was just wondering if it makes sense to have an allocated member of the safe board team to be someone that people would very to. Obviously, not in every case is it necessary. So if people were looking to submit a proxy, I think it does mean the person that someone could use might be a good option if people aren't too sure about which go to. Obviously, we can also make it very person just be an option to function.
Thank you, repeat UK. We can take a point by UAP France.
Thank you. UAP France supports without any hesitation this policy change. I have a question about the explicit and proven consent. Is it a consent that needs to be proven by the victim or by the third party or both? Yeah, just a technical one. Thank you.
So direct response for UAP Croatia, you're recognized.
Yeah, UAP Croatia absolutely agrees with that question. And would just like to add on to that this incumbent proposal does not stipulate a written down proving consent, it just speaks of proving consent, which is a bit of an ambivalent phrase. We like the change, but still it's a bit ambivalent. And speaking of ambivalence, it would be good to have some sort of a standard procedure to ensure this is proven, so that there is no malice, so there is no cheating, that there is no bad behavior, so to say, on anyone's part, so there is no misusage. So very much the conduct question of the web France is just the more explicit writing down of proven consent. That's it.
Thank you, Croatia. I think because we have like 5 points so far, we will close this round of debate and have another one later. We will turn to the proposing entity to answer points regarding retelling the story and how to ensure the accuracy of what's being told. Third party speak the complaint, what happens afterwards, how is the victim involved, and if they are, who can be this third person? Should it be maybe feasible to allocate somebody from the safeguard team to be a designated third person for most of the cases? And 2 questions regarding consent. How can we prove that it was explicitly given and people being standardized? You are welcome to respond.
Yeah, so when it comes to who the third party is, the clause is not super direct. This is because you want the victim to be able to choose. So this could be a trusted friend who maybe wasn't a witness, but did hear the story and would be able to represent the victim. It could be an ESP that the victim initially reported something to that could help the victim in the process. The reason why it would need to be a trusted person is to be able to have the victim feel like they are represented well and in a trustworthy way, which is also why it's left vague, so that they can choose who they really want. Of course, it is a great idea to have someone on the safeguard team that could do this. The caveat I see there is that the safeguard team is at the same time there to help victim, but they're also kind of judge, right? Or the jury who writes the report. Which is why we do need this third party, preferably outside of the safeguard team, because otherwise you mix the roles of what they're doing. The victim then, with third party, can decide themselves how much they want to be involved. This means that the third party could represent them when initially telling the story. And the way the complaints process currently works is that the safeguard team will always interview witnesses or third party people on the basis of what both the complainant and the respondent, so the victim and the perpetrator, say other people involved who may have seen the situation. So they always ask, is there someone else who can confirm this story? Is there another witness? And they ask it to both the victim and the perpetrator in order to try and find out as close to the truth as they can. So in that sense, there is an extra check on kind of the story. But it doesn't mean that the victim needs to be completely excluded. The third party would be there to help the victim in any way the victim wishes that the process goes. So yes, the third party can be an ESP. Let's see, next question. Oh, yeah, the explicit and proven consent. So the fact that it is proven consent, it means that the safeguard team would need to be able to prove that they got consent. For something you usually need it in written form. So for me, it was clear, but if it's not clear, I would be happy with friendly amendments that it needs to be written consent. Yeah, for us, it was on the safeguard team, it was clear that it informed that proven consent is written in an email or something. Yeah. I think I have all the questions now, but feel free to ask again.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, I've sent the seating order. There was some problems with like getting it correctly transposed here, so you're like not sitting correctly as you're supposed to. But the ones that the one that I posted is the correct one. We can swap later after the coffee break, but this is what we want to guess. And also the guessing game is still open from yesterday. Once again, it doesn't relate at all with the country size and populations. And it's like whether, you know, something that's a leisure maybe related. So yes, second round of debate, so this seating intervention. We will recognize UAP Armenia, followed by UAP Kosovo.
Thank you. So again, UAP Armenia is also very happy about the initiative, I mean, the change which might happen. But we were wondering about a clarification. So can in the process after choosing representative, can the victim change the representative because of some issues? And second question, can they be represented with multiple representatives at the same time? Like, what are the limitations of choosing the person you can be represented by?
This was really simple. Have you thought of having a like form that is already like a sample form for the given consent, so it would be easier for everyone who's involved in any such situation to give that consent for it to not be confusing, and for the process to be as short as possible.
Kosovo, do we have any other points on the floor for this second general debate round? No. Oh yes. We can raise so much money with that. Ridiculous amounts of money. Ridiculous audio. Okay, so it was the governing body. Extra points are getting represented and changed. The complaint was already submitted. We got like multiple third persons, and can maybe have a form or something to maybe facilitate standardization that was talked about before.
In regards to the form, yeah, I think this should be added to the, so you have a complaint form already that we asked people to fill in, and so this would then be added to that. So, yeah. Answer. Then, as in regards to having multiple individuals represent someone, the current policy change stipulates a third individual, so it's one person. And this, I would also recommend keeping it this, in order to not make the procedure too wide, and also because you still need like independent third-party witnesses, and you don't want the story to spread. We do everything on the basis of like who needs to know, and we try to make sure that not too much about a complaint goes to many people. We really disclose as little details as we can, because we do want to prevent any type of gossip and that. When it comes to switching the third individual, the victim is welcome to withdraw consent for the third individual to represent them at any time. And I would imagine this includes also withdrawing consent and then asking for a new person. Yeah. Like in practice, I don't think we need to leave this in policy, but in practice that would be allowed.
Thank you very much, the governing body. Because we are a bit ahead of schedule, I will just like, again ask if there's maybe further points. Anything else that you are still concerned about regarding this topic? Yes, if possible, we'll take the point. And followed by UAP Norway. You are referenced. Yeah.
Again, on the forms, people also having the form for the withdrawal of consent.
UAP Norway. Yes.
What would you do in the case of the individual, the third person becoming unresponsive? How do you ensure that this does not create make either the safety team's work even more inefficient?
Two points, any more? Yes, even Harvard. You recommend?
Follow up point. If the third person does become unresponsive, does that mean the complaint will be dropped or that the actual victim didn't have a chance? Like, can they replace the third party if the third party becomes unresponsive? Or will it be dropped?
If you would be Ireland, and second point, you would hear me, like, guys, it's fine, we are on time.
Thank you. Thank you. What happens if the representative or the third party is becoming someone who's being investigated in for another case, or I don't think the same, but probably learning the case.
With the Italy, your reference, yes. Yeah. Kind of like coming in with me this way. Yes, there is one. Your request.
Our question was about the representation by the third party. Should it be is there any need for how the proxy networks works? Like there is only oral relation between the victim and third party. There needs to be a written statement which also connects to the point of you have to ensure the consent. I don't know, I didn't understand very well because the policy is not very, the proposed policy, in my opinion, is not very clear. And this, I mean, how to ensure that actually there is transparency. Of course, there needs to be non-disclosure and whatever, but transparency in the process between the different parties.
Italy and another point with Kosovo, we take it, and then I think we'll return to the proposal again. Thank you, Dara.
This is not a forum question. When in the clause there wasn't a specific mention of who the third person can be. Are you thinking of having the third person be exclusively from the EYP network, or does this current wording of the clause allow for somebody to have a third person that is not at all involved in the EYP process? And if yes, do you think that would be something that could work?
Thank you so much for this third round of debate. We have a couple of points, 6. Form about how could consent be withdrawn, maybe. What if the third person becomes unresponsive, and what would that result in the process, which maybe be gone? What if that person becomes investigated themselves? Is there some way this third person can be appointed? And does it need to be from the EYP, or can we literally anybody? Everybody, you are ready.
Well, in terms of the form for the withdrawal consent, I mean, a simple I withdraw consent is strong enough, I think. When it comes to unresponsive third parties, the complaint won't be just dropped, of course, unless unless the victim wants this. So I think in that case, like in practice, the victim would be reached out to and like, hey, your proxy is unresponsive. Do you have an update? And like that wouldn't like ask yeah, again, the complaint wouldn't be withdrawn without the consent of the victim. If the third party becomes someone who's investigated, the current way our system works in EYP is that we're not necessarily punitive until we have the measures against the person. So if someone is being investigated, we would see that separate from the proxy thing they're doing, also because they were chosen by the victim to represent them. So it should be within the victim's choice. For Italy, I think the process is left open a little bit in order for it to be able to be tailored to the situation. Some victims may want no involvement at all and would want their proxy to do everything for them. Other victims may want to be in closer contact with the proxy. This also depends on who the proxy is, if it's an EFP or someone like a close friend. I think it would work differently in every single scenario, which is why it's left open. And the key part being here is informed and proven consent from the victim. So as long as the Safe 14 has this, they will use the third party proxy. And again, yes, the policy has no notion of who the third party can be. In theory, it could be someone from outside of UIP. Of course, in practice, if they're not fully in our structures, it might be more difficult, but the Safe 14 have also dealt with people who were first-time delegates and also not very aware of the UIP structures. And in every step of the way, they explain everything that is going to happen or that they have already done. So I think that would also be fun. But a lot of this will be tailored to the specific case again, with the key points being the informed and consent.
Thank you very much, Andrew. We will not have a third round, except for both. So, because it's a policy, it applies as required, it requires 2/3 majority to be approved. And I would ask all the MCs who are in favor to please raise their placards. I have 31. Do you have 31 maybe as well? Okay, to be honest, maybe it'll be just easier. Is anybody abstaining or is anybody against? Let's put it that way. Okay, so in that case, it is passed unanimously with 32 votes. I think that was the roll call count. Okay. So maybe let's check. Do we have UNP Bulgaria present? Okay. Sorry, because you know that in the left we were yeah, so still 32. And we would then proceed to a break. 15 minutes. Please don't be late. We already had a minute break before, so please be kind to us.
Because it's easier to get out from this way.
Well, it's an act to
And this was. Okay. Other one is, what is that? It's about I think we're in the.
Then. It starts with S and that's good. Afterwards, the word.
Yeah, but I would suggest that. But I can also write it down.
My presence. So after Mia, then it's me. Then it's. One of the big here. I think just said, and then you figure out. Oh, no. You guys know that I have water. This is mine. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, of course. I'm on the dog mode, okay. Okay. Vale, Stephen. Quarter, literally quarter. Wow. 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 Yeah, boy. Bam. Boom.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I don't know.
We will be starting now. We are 5 minutes over the break now. Please be quiet. I have is a policy proposal, proposed by the governor and UMP creation. It is strengthening the peer-to-peer educational model and defining the accessibility of UMP. You can find it on page 34 of the basic.
Thanks. Can you please?
And I will hereby give the word to the proposing entity, will it be Bosnia and Croatia? There should be a mic on the way. I don't know where it's stuck right now.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, just send it out to the
Yes.
mic is on the way.
Yeah, sorry. So hello everyone, we want to start with the AOP proposal, even though the proposal looks very confusing and the proposal looks very detailed. We want to stress that it is a very simple proposal and that we want to improve the age awareness within the EYP. As we all know, the intellectual property of our network is the peer-to-peer educational model through the EYP methodology that is coined as a term. After that, we want to increase the awareness in the context of the age, and we want to do that through amending clauses in the charter, in the welfare policy, which are the third priorities, and the competence framework, as well as the policy on the selection of IS officials. The main goal of these proposed changes is to increase the efficiency of the peer-to-peer educational model, and also to create an even safer space for all participants. Thank you very much. When it comes to the history of the proposal, we are not aware of this specific thing being discussed previously. Although some specific aspects and some specific scenarios were discussed previously, specifically the policy and selection of IS officials, also the welfare policy and the competence framework, and we do not know of changes that have addressed this topic. And when we come to the rationale, first of all, as already mentioned, we want to increase the efficiency and understand and deepen the executability of our intellectual property, which is a peer-to-peer educational model. Furthermore, our network has learning goals that are defined for the delegates and generally for people within the network, and we want to improve the achievability of those goals. Furthermore, we want to create a welcoming and acceptable environment for everyone through age awareness. Also, the other thing is that we want to do something that was also previously discussed and thoroughly discussed in this BNC as well as the ESP. And in that context, we want to deepen and understand the role of NESP even further, because ESP's and IS leadership is excluded from this proposal, which will further be explained by Vivo. And lastly, we want to recognize the importance that IS leaderships have on the future of the network, and we want to stress the importance that these individuals can hold when it comes to their age awareness, as well as using their skills, life knowledge, UIP knowledge, and all other knowledge that they have gained in order to increase the quality of the network and transfer their knowledge to other people. And now we come to the policy proposals, which will be further explained by my dear colleague.
Thank you. Anyways. Sure.
Just try to keep it to a maximum of 3 minutes more.
Oh, yeah, no worries, we'll just run through it. So in terms of the different proposals, I tried to map them out. So there are like 4 different elements of this thing. Number 1 is the charter change. Number 2 are the highest official selection stuff. 3 is the confidence framework preamble change, and 4 are 2 very simple changes to the welfare policy that we have. So with the first, so we have Article 18 of our charter, which concerns interpretation. We would add a new clause to that that would align it with the incumbent EU law that defines student as staff, and that's it. It's just a guiding definition to have. It's not a strict requirement on having X, Y, or Z. It's just a definition to align with what most parties, if they're in the union, have to already align with. Moving on. As far as the IS official selection is concerned, you can see the full thing in the proposal, which is obviously in the slides, the entire thing cannot fit in, but that's the only part that's being added, specifically for editors. Then you can see that, okay, it's not a requirement of age, but it's propelling the importance of realizing one's own experience, one's own age, and what one brings to the table. Because that is very, very much important. I think we all agree on that. And the importance, that importance should be appreciated. Because how will you structure the learning that you give to the rest of the team and that you also take part in? That is very much important. That is very much the essence of the OIP, especially when we talk about our visions, when we talk about our goals, also when we talk about fundraising or partnership, because we're in a non-mental educational network after all. Moving on, as far as you can see, as far as some other roles that I have that is more just age, again, how do you reflect on learning goals, how do you plan to work with other people. So it's, again, same gist, moving on. Yeah, same gist, I really don't want to read that out. Can we go on? So, and in terms of the competence framework preamble, basically everything stays the same. However, we are adding a new third paragraph. You can see that more clearly on page 50. But basically, it's a new paragraph that talks about how it's also a competence to indeed have this awareness, bring awareness, work on trying to foster more concrete educational programming, something that our network has been aiming at. Also, one of the core pillars of our strategy is network with the diverse tools, methods and formats. And moving on to the last aspect of it, it's a welfare policy. The first edition concerns, this kind of ability to avoid much controversy or problems with people of a certain age. And the second one, last line, is just defining dealing with children for the welfare policy in a more broader sense, so that no one immediately can say, no, we did not engage with children. No, anything we do is important to safeguard those that are minors in this case and classified as children for the policy. And that's pretty much it. And the outcome is well to pass all of this. And that brings me to an end of explaining what these different aspects are. I'm sure we will indulge in this much more, but that would be a quick recap of like really the core of what's going on. So thank you very much. And sorry for being a bit over.
Thank you very much. Also for these debates, I really encourage you to have a meeting in front of you and like refer to the things stated very nicely there. First, I would like to hear if you have any statements. I see a statement from you out of Azerbaijan, who are recognized.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it short. First, I want to really appreciate the work that has been done by Vedat and Igor because we totally acknowledge that defining use is a very important part of our organization. We never had a proper age limit, and it's up to each entity, which create very much divergence in the way we work and function. So, and it may, absence of age limit may even hinder the safety in this session because different age groups interact. So it's very vital. One of the only things that we would not fully agree with is the lower age limit, which is 15. Because, for example, in case of EYP Azerbaijan, I'm not sure about other national committees, but in our case, you have some valuable members who have been actively contributing and they were 14. Or very rare cases, but two or three members were 13. So I think maybe working on the lower part of age limits would be very much needed for some of the national committees for them to function properly. But other than that, I really appreciate this, and I'm sure other national committees do too, because it has been a very important issue for and difficulty for even our national committee to properly define what use is. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I see another statement. Great.
Thank you so much. So we wholeheartedly agree with the statement of the UAE Azerbaijan and would like to add that some of our board members started their NC work and their report after being officials. And restricting the lower limit will indeed create exclusion of some of the young people who may be subject to ageism, which was also the experience of myself personally. But aside from that, and I'm sure we will discuss it during the debates, and I'm sure that the proposing entity has something to say about it. In general, we believe that defining and adding sense of awareness of their own age is important, and also excluding the adding up the age requirements as the thing of non-discrimination purposes is also a real very good change. That's for us.
Thank you very much. We have to hear from the IO do already.
Yeah, the statement is true of the clarification on the age limit that actually integrated in some of our materials as well as for the Straße Foundation works with. Also to remind you, there are plenty of definitions and there is no coherent agreement also like on the plural in the instructions on what loop means. So what we write in the papers of the EVP, which are education and debate and understanding the papers available on the number platforms, we write the following that the definition of youth varies. This broadly means people between the ages of 16 and 25, although we can involve younger people. That's a reference. And it's a Straße Foundation because there are more programs taken with young people, but we also had the discussion to shall we win it or not. But we agreed to, based on the definitions by various organizations, is that by young people we include people aged between 14 and 29, regardless of national religion, ethnicity, gender or sexuality. So that's what the definition that we work with, and we as the lady also would then look at it as the definition. And meaning that also when we work with international sessions, for example, that majority of the delegates are from age 16, that's also in the policy or guideline, and sometimes we make exceptions. Because of course it's also depending on being the chaperone and it's so. I'm sorry for the 10 minutes, it was not aware and thanks.
Thank you very much. At the time we think that we have about. We will return to the proposing entity in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
So thank you for the few statements. In terms of Those more auxiliary points in terms of ageism, we agree with the comment of the ageism does exist, and this proposal seeks to reconcile any issues that could arise there. So age discrimination shouldn't be a thing. If you're older or a bit younger, it's not the fact that you are like that, it's the fact what you offer to the team. And it's important to have the criteria, especially for internationals, which are our flagship events. And in terms of excluding people who are a bit younger or a bit older, no one seeks to exclude anyone in this sense. We are literally using the Eurostat definition, 15 to 29, including those ages. In terms of someone starting out as a bit younger or a bit older, people join at different points in time. I mean, Philip joined when he started doing university, I think, so but more on the older side. There are people who joined when they were younger, and that's perfectly fine. The whole point of this definition is to give more coherence and not to say, no, you cannot join for 3 or 4 days until you turn 15. No one's going to police it. EYP Croatia doesn't necessarily police that, although most of our members are 15 to 20. The thing is, we have this age limit sports, which is perfectly in conformity with Eurostat data and everything else. And if you ever submit any statistical survey, at least in the member state, that's the thing they're going for. That's what they want to look. That's the sweet spot for them. 15 to 29. If everyone was like that, it's 100% fair, right? And that's it. It's to help the jury. It's not to restrict them. And thank you, Io, for the statement. Thank you for also recognizing there is a lack of confidence. That's why we were trying to put forward something that's based on a union level and expand a bit more. Yeah, the education paper, really good paper, would advise reading it. And as far as the Azerbaijan is concerned, I think I will address a bit of that point with Ukraine. But again, the membership and the members' engagement doesn't matter. But we look at project, for example, not accepted before like 12 or 13 to join. We said, okay, maybe wait a year or a bit more because there are other people who are a bit more. So, but yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Very much. We do not have direct responses to statement. However, we will now move on to the debate. The debate is structured in 3 rounds. The first round will be used for clarifications, aid, rationale, and general views. We will be keeping it very strictly to the 30 seconds. So be your other one. So free to raise your comments. I see UAP Italy, and then we will follow by United Kingdom and Germany.
I know it's not really much strictly within this whole proposal, but I was just curious to ask for on the 5 reports. Like they are designed to have older reviews in them. So I wanted to ask you if you think that having older reviews, probably over 29 cases and see, can affect the educational model and for the like why.
Thank you very much. We'll then move on to the United Kingdom.
I was just like actually proposed changes. This is new interpretation shall be permissible of the age of 18-29. As the UK, we currently have our age limit at 16 as the minimum age, which are protection laws and safeguarding. With that, we have to change that, because that would be an absolute massive issue for us to comply. And also the UK, there are other opportunities available, like UK find that we're in age 11, so therefore we're not, it's a massive issue for us to be 15, but the proposal that would allow us to have our own definition would be a big issue.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Germany.
Yeah, I just have a short question to Ivo on what you just said. I'm a bit confused. On one hand, this proposal is pretty follows in certain sentences. Participants should always be young people, and there's no other definition permissible than one in the proposal. But then you now say that, if there's like 2 or 3 days late, that's not going to be police. Is it or is it not? Like, is there another definition permissible or not? And if so, maybe we should.
Thank you very much. Moving on to speed, followed by the governing body and Ukraine.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point on clause 14. So, regarding the definition, yes, like, excuse me, 15 the definition is, between ages 15 to 29, of course, like, not taking into consideration a few days here or there. But then in clause 14, what you propose to add is a sense of awareness of one's own age, etc. However, the individual does not have to adhere to the definition of a young person. So I wonder, in terms of this proposal, I would assume that, for example, defining the age limit would work to hinder, for example, certain breaches of code of conduct or the breach of care, which has happened in the past in the network. So what is the point of adding the last part of the sentence that the individual does not have to adhere to this definition?
Thank you very much. Moving on to the governing body.
Considering some of the points already made just now, the governing body would disagree with adding this to the charter and making it as absolute as it is in this proposal. The other parts about combating ageism are very good, and we would really like to thank the proposed BNCs for this. But putting the hard line of between 15 and 29 doesn't work for BNC, and it's also difficult for us to enforce.
Thank you. Those are my responses.
So just to,
Was the
Sorry.
Herzegovina?
and Croatia, so first and foremost, it would be very indicative that the language should, not must, there is a difference, number one. Number two, as far as the governing body commenting at BNCM meetings, what is to be passed and what is not to be passed, I would like to remind the governing body that there have been past controversies regarding these kinds of statements, where the governing body was essentially advising the BNC meeting what to do or not to do, and that caused a lot of frustration with some MCs. We appreciate the commentary, but the nature of the commentary and timing of the commentary is not the nicest.
Thank you very much. We'll take the break and return to the podium.
Thank you. So in simple words, what can I and cannot I do in UAE as a 14-year-old? For the clear policy.
Thank you very much. Returning to proposing entity.
Thank you very much. We'll go just quickly point by point. First, regarding advisory boards, that was brought up. This policy specifically does not tackle, let's say, bureaucratical positions. This policy just, these changes just tackle them. So that means that you can still be in the NC board, in the advisory board, in the governing body, whatever. So this just concerns sessions that are organized within the EYP, even more so international sessions. Regarding the point that was brought up by UK, this is a network-wide policy, and then you are, of course, free to change the things according to your national law. Here to it, so it doesn't mean that you have to change to have people 15 if your national law does not allow people for 15 to attend your events. So that's completely valid and completely fine. This is more network-wide policy change, which would create a framework. Furthermore, the point which was brought by UIC Germany, as you have already said, should is not a binding word. Should is a strong recommendation. So in this context, it is, as the word says, people should be, and they should be aware of their own age. When it comes to the point brought by UIP Sweden, the clause specifically states that IS officials in the positions of leadership are excluded from this rule, but they should still be aware of their own age. Why? Because we in the past have seen leadership at international sessions for about the definition of youth, which worked really well, because usually IS leadership and the way in which IS are structured can be more creative and can be more, let's say, like can reach beyond the classic things that we have in YP in terms of trainings, in terms of modules, etc., etc. So having a person who is aware of their age, but being above the age of youth is permitted in this case. This also applies to event safe persons, and I want to commend something that I saw at UIP Greece, where at a national session we did have a certified psychologist who was 35, 40 and helped with the safety of the session, which worked amazingly. And that is exactly why we have decided to exclude IS leadership as well as ESPs from the selection. Regarding the point that was brought by UIP Ukraine, again, let's refer back to the phrasing of should be. So this is more of a framework in which you can work in. But again, a few days, no one is going to bat an eye. It's completely fine. Regarding the statement by the GB, I think you already said everything that we have to say. So we think we should keep the debate to structureless and points for our committees.
Thank you very much. We will then move on to the second debate round, critique and commentary on concrete proposals. We will start by the Ireland, followed by the governing body and Germany.
Well, I think the proposal see this is a really valid point. I think it's sorry. Well, I think the proposing entity raises a really valid point. If there's so many groups excluded, and if it's not a requirement, it's a recommendation, I kind of think the policy is a little bit irrelevant. Like, I think, sorry, that was kind of me. Love it. But like, I think it's kind of much ado about nothing. And that's not to say I don't think you raise some really valid points, because I think you do. And I definitely think that older members or younger members need to be a bit more aware of their surroundings, and especially older members, because you are like, it's a little bit strange to be like 29 and like constantly around like 50. It's like, that is very true. So I definitely agree with that aspect. However, as a whole, I think it's just like not a big enough issue to do such definite action. But yeah.
Thank you very much. We go to Armenia, who has a direct response.
Thank you. What I actually wanted to highlight in response to what the UIP Ireland mentioned, I feel like the policy proposal is coming from a more how can we focus and have a better peer-to-peer educational approach within the network. So they're finding that age limit would make it easier for the peer-to-peer approach to work, because when a 33-year-old, let's say my peer, works with a 15-year-old one, there the peer-to-peer approach kind of gets a bit messed up because it's not a peer. So I believe that the proposing entity is shifting the focus a bit more to that approach and how we can make that more efficient, rather than just defining an age limit. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Coming through to the governing body.
I'm just representing the governing body's opinion. And we do agree with like the largest part of this proposal. Just the part where we define the age limit in the charter is the part where we think that's not necessarily appropriate or necessary to have such a definite thing, but the whole idea of strengthening our peer-to-peer approach by adding ageism and making sure that everyone is aware of their surroundings, as Ireland mentioned, we wholeheartedly support it. And we just want to also give our inputs as the governing body to the BNC for you to do with what you want. It's your decisions.
Thank you very much. You have Germany, please have a point?
Yes,
Yeah, then you're.
I want to make a general point about discouraging against actually writing in the definition of young people in there, particularly when it includes 21-year-olds. I've been talking to a lot of people at this meeting, and a lot of us feel old. Feel old and want to eventually stop. There is a little bit of a pressure on people after 20, 21 to slowly start thinking about the exit. Sometimes it puts it in, takes a significant while, but still, it's something you start thinking about. I feel like if we explicitly state that 27, 28, and 29-year-olds are young people and encourage to participate in events, there is a good chance that more people will actually take that offer. Making a rule that explicitly includes people that are that old as normal participants in events is not really the social convention we have right now, and codifying could have an adverse effect.
Thank you very much. We will proceed to Spain, followed by Kosovo and Sweden. Sorry. Oh, I saw the direct response. Luxembourg.
Yes.
Actually, since it's already permitted to people between 15 and 29 to participate in sessions, I don't think that changing the charter, allowing them to participate would encourage them to participate, because if they want to participate, they will participate. If they're not interested, because I know at 29, maybe they already have like a family life, a job and so on, and they're so young. So they won't participate. Like, I can't imagine like someone having 3 children working since participating like with people of like 60, which are like in 30 past school. But that's only my opinion.
Thank you very much. Then we will move on to UAP Spain.
Thank you. So UAP Spain generally agrees with all of the changes, but we had some concerns from the members about this also applying to ESCs and ISs. And to give the example, for example, in UAP Greece, I can understand that did work at that point, but our members say that they wouldn't feel comfortable with having an ESC that could be maybe 10 years older than they are, and that they wouldn't feel these people are approachable. So we would like to know why this is the reason behind it. Thank you.
I see the response from Ireland and Armenia. We will take one from European Ireland.
But I completely understand this aspect. I slightly disagree. I think it's better to have people who are not very detached, but a little bit more seasoned, a little bit more far away from the situation as ESPs. Not only does it make them impartial, but I think it also adds to the safety of the atmosphere. Like, yes, they might not. I think the fact that they might not know what's going on, that, you know what I mean? Like, if you're a little bit older, you're slightly more detached from things if you're not as active. And I think it would maybe have that opposite effect in terms of making it more safe. Like, I completely understand why your member base feel like that, but I think as a whole, it could be a better thing, to be honest.
Thank you very much. We will then move on to Kosovo.
Thank you for the recognition. I also, Kosovo also agrees with most of the proposal, except the age definition. We are aware that it is very important to define what a young person is. However, considering there are many variables that need to be seen in an NC level, defining the age might be problematic, as the UK mentioned. Furthermore, I also think that it would also then lead to having to define what an adult is, having to define what a child is, because being a young person at the age of 27, let's say, interacting with somebody who was 15, which now you fall into the same category of people, can still sometimes be seen as potentially putting a young person in a vulnerable position. So I think that the clauses that are mentioned of being aware of your own age and how you interact with people who are of a different age is very, very effective and can very well work. However, having to define the specificity of a young person, I think, would have to be paired with further explanations and further guidelines on how the interactions happen between the youth group age.
Thank you. And for the last point, you have Sweden, there's no one to make a point. Yes, you're recognized and therefore will return to the podium afterwards.
Thank you. We want to say we also agree with everything, and just one thing about the age for younger people. In Sweden we mainly have high school students from first and second year of high school, but there are some students that have gone up a grade or two and are born younger than their other classmates, 13, 14, etc. So, I mean, from an SE standpoint, in the European student, we wouldn't want to not allow these younger students to participate in EYP sessions in student just because of the age.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's start from the all the way from the back, and I will address some of the points regarding the lower limit. We are in talks at the moment to scrap the lower limit and keep the upper limit with Ganesh. So that's an update on that. Now regarding coastal, I would encourage you to read the welfare policy because it does define an adult and it does define a minor in accordance with national laws, usually 18 years old, right? So when it comes to children, for example, something that we're defining in the amending welfare policy, it's clear what a child is already in the welfare policy. So we do have those definitions, and it's not like we're introducing something new. We're introducing statutory guidance on age. Also, speaking of age, there's a lot of talk on the age, but not on other aspects of the proposal. We would also welcome that very much. In terms of seasoned DSPs, they can be that, they don't have to be that. Because the whole point of these changes is that the NOC, together with the IO, when it comes, and the GP, when it comes to these international sessions, can make that choice for themselves based on the applicants displaying these qualities or not. So it's about you having free hands once you host an IF. Spain will host it in 2 years. They will be able to make that choice for themselves within the selection panel, right? That's the whole point, that we are aware of it, that we work with it. And if we have these older people, yeah, you can take that concern and you can say, okay, maybe we'll want to have this because we are more opposed. Oh, I'm very sorry. We're more opposed to it as opposed to XI or Z. So that's perfectly fine. So you having the ability to do that, but specifically criteria based on which you can judge. As far as Luxembourg is concerned, very funny, but also a great example. So, you know, it's, and to respond to Germany, these people, I don't know. I've seen VPs of national score 29. I've seen jury members score 28, so or 27. And what does that mean? I mean, it's literally their own intention. We can't influence other people's intentions. The whole point is that we don't discriminate just because they're a bit older. They can do something to contribute and are aware of the age and can contribute to what is the essence proposed, the peer-to-peer education model and enhancing its efficiency. The GP, yeah, we're in the works, we're in the talks, but what I specifically refer to is sometimes these comments can be very, very indicative. You come from the position of authority, so it's always nice to be consultative, but you know, in the right moments, because at times some, you know, it can be influenced to an extent. I'm not going to make a drama out of this. I don't want to. There were prize dramas, if you remember, I think a year and a half ago. In Ireland, relevance should is an indicative word, is a strong indicative word, and frankly, efficiency of the peer-to-peer education model is a very relevant topic for us, and I think most of us can get behind that. As far as the age thing is, I feel like almost everyone went into that. Yeah, it's just one of the 4 aspects, and frankly, it can help, but yeah, we would also like to welcome, you know, comments on any other aspect of the proposal. And that's more or less it. I hope I addressed all of your points. If not, do text us so that we can develop it through more.
Thank you very much. Then we will move on to the last debate round, which is general and chief issue. So we need your slides turned. Thank you. We'll recognize Germany followed by Ukraine and Spain.
I am a little bit confused because the counterpoint from Luxembourg against what I said was that it's completely unrealistic for people who are, you know, 29 to regularly attend session. Your point was that you've seen it in the past and that, you know, it's actually good for peer-to-peer education. So, like, will this or will this not lead to, you know, EYP staying a youth organization?
Thank you very much. Moving on to Ukraine. Oh, I didn't see. I will have the direct response from Bosnia and Croatia first.
Just to clarify this matter properly, It's not about these people's existence. It's not about their existence. It's about what they bring to the table. And if they can bring something good to the table on the basis of criteria, when it comes to international studies specifically, why not? My whole point is I've seen it. I haven't said whether it's positive, whether it's negative. And it's positive in the eyes of this entire comprehensive proposal if they're aware of it and they work with it. You can have amazing team leaders who are a bit on the older side and who can work with that experience. And that's the whole point, that we are aware of it, that we think of it, and that we plan with that in mind. That proposal is about a low number of people having that. And of course, there are many people who are like that, but that's fine.
Thank you very much. We will move on to the response from European Ireland.
Maybe it's just evening time, but if that's your point, then what's the point of the whole proposal? Because it's happening, if it's happening already, sorry, that's also me. If it's happening already, and your point is to let it keep happening, then why is the whole proposal there?
Armenia is relevant right to the point of Ireland? Yes.
Yes.
You're right.
As much as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, the point is to be more aware of that, to have additional criteria about age in mind when we're evaluating people who want to participate. It's not about limiting, it's not about enforcing, it's about something that we need to be more aware of in order to less be exposed to things that we have been exposed in the past that I think everyone is informed about.
Thank you very much. We will take a last response here to Germany and then continue with the debate.
If it is only about awareness, then why is there an acute definition of young people in there? And why should we keep it? Particularly if it causes problems in both ends of the spectrum.
Thank you very much. You're trained, do you still have your point you would like to make?
We still have our points, so we would like to point out something that we think might be inconsistent. So most of the points say that people in the positions do not have to adhere to the definition of a young person, but then in the amendment of the competence framework, it says that participants at sessions should always be young people. Could you explain that to us? Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Spain, Mr. Whitman.
So this is related with what you commented before about maybe removing the minimum age. Just basically what we're saying is that maybe having 13-year-old, 14-year-old members in the network can be risky, not for us, but for them, because in the end, they're gonna be treating with older people, maybe like 10 years older, and they can be vulnerable and they can be not self-aware at the moment because they are not mature at all. Not in all the cases, but in some of them. So if we really want to create a safe space in UAP, maybe we should also be aware of who and when we want to accept our members.
Thank you very much. We will then move on to Cyprus.
I think the age thing again, sorry, it's something. I think the only thing that I want to in the discussion is in past is we talked about the charter being something that avoiding putting something that we can't necessarily, or not police, but like comply with, because if someone has if the other certificate definition of young people, then automatically don't comply with the charter, and I don't expect the GP to make MNC sort of non-compliant because of that, but then it just makes it a bit hard to comply with the charter, and that's not fair. So if you can amend that phrasing, which you said you would, that would be great.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Finland, followed by Latvia, and then back to proposing entity.
So ERP Finland sees some unclarity within the definition of awareness. So could you elaborate on what you mean by it, and how do you plan to have it quantified? And for example, in the selection procedure, would that entail having questions related to that, or how can that be measured?
you very much. And then last, Latvia.
So, regarding the criteria you added for the international session selection, in the sense of awareness of one's age and life experience, I think it lacks operational definition. So how would you exactly non-subjectively and fairly actually evaluate, assess, and apply one's life experience or awareness of their age?
Thank you very much. We will be moving back to the proposing entities.
Yes, thank you very much. First, to address the point that was brought up by Ukraine, we are currently working on a friendly amendment to move over must. Always, so it's going to be, new phrasing is going to be without the word always. That's another friendly amendment. Again, reiterating that we have another friendly amendment for a lower age. So, the EYP operates within the EYP methodology. Without EYP methodology, we have the peer-to-peer education model. The goal of this proposal and the goal with these changes is to not tell someone don't attend the session. The goal of these changes is to not tell someone you are forbidden to attend the session, or you are too old, or you are too young to attend the session. This did not exist previously, and this is just building upon the bare methodology that our whole network is built upon. And through this methodology, we have to work within the competences that we have. Through that, one of those things being the peer-to-peer educational model. And in the word peer-to-peer, if we remove one peer and we put a person who is double the age, then it kind of removes the point of the peer. So with this proposal, we do not intend to limit NCs in who can attend their events. In this proposal, we do not want to forbid certain people from attending events. In this proposal, we just want to more clearly define who is recommended to be at events. And through that, improve the methodology that we very much value in our national. When it comes to the definition of awareness of one's own age, I will combine that with the answer to the point of the selection of international session leadership, with the international session being the flagship event of our network. And with the international session being the event of all events, it is on the selection panel of every single international session to understand what that means in every single scenario, and we have full trust in each and every selection panel to adhere to these proposed changes. That means that it doesn't mean if someone has a job, has kids, has what the Luxembourg said, or anything that immediately or completely discredits them from being selected, or vice versa. This basically means that the selection panel of an international session is responsible for selecting individuals who are fit. Basically, what this means is that we are not changing anything in terms of who can attend an international session as a leadership. We are just adding the additional reasoning that people should be aware of their own age, because in some cases it can be a disadvantage, in other cases it can be an advantage. And we want to focus on these cases where it can be an advantage and make this work better in the context of the methodology that our network is built.
Yeah, just to quickly add on that for context, awareness is not the first time mentioned in the IF selection policy. Let me read you from clause 26.9, a sense of awareness of one's own strengths and weaknesses in the role. You can make the very same argument against that point, but when we reform this a few times that I've been here, no one made those points because it's clear what that means for the selection panel. You know, it's for the selection panel to assess how aware that person is, what are their plans, you know? And if we would attach to this, well, what does awareness mean? Awareness and things, you said you would say you were shut the fuck up. So obviously, you know, there is a guidance, this is guidance, this is the ground, the framework, and then the selection panel makes the magic, you know, makes it work. We have a list of criteria. The criteria in itself and consistency and implementation is also guaranteed when it comes to IS. I include the behavior officer a bit, but for the most part, those who sit from the network's point of view on these selection panels, IO and the GU, are
or I assume Saskia and Mills for the most. So that is indeed a very realistic answer to the entire thing. It's not the first time we have awareness or a sense of something as a criteria. And that's it.
Thank you very much. We have received about 5 formal requests, which means that we will now take a few moments to just like start.
Update everything in our slides and send them your way to this channel because it's hard to be on top of all of those things.
Yes, and on top of that, to spend these minutes, I would like to remind you that we have lost and found down the corner, so if there's something, it's down at heading, he's making signs, that is where the lost and found is, so have you forgotten a scarf or a jacket or something else like that, then probably go and get it, otherwise it will live in Berlin forever. On top of that, for you who will be presenting workshops, please upload your slides for these before lunch. There is a link in the Discord. Some of you have done it, so thank you very much for that. And the rest, please do it by lunch so that we can have it ready in your slides. For now, we will spend the next moments to actually start with this.
Please say where is yes, you can. Okay, I come. Good. Good. I will take this word. Yes. Another part of this question. Guys, please. No more color requests. We haven't announced the formal request by the Netherlands, is that coming our way or not? Where? Okay, sorry, I skipped that one. Okay, sorry. Yes, yes.
Yeah, even you. Yeah, if that's not English. We will now also basically not receive more formal requests. We're closing it here. For today's proposal, no more formal requests. All right. We will now continue to, I had formal request to be voted on. However, first, we have a friendly amendment, by European Bosnia and Herzegovina and Croatia to remove always from the phrasing, which was also what that I already, did say, which we will accept.
Yes.
And then the second friendly amendment would be to remove the lower age limit, so that it now just says individuals younger than 29, which is also accessible. This was already, proposed during the debate, so we will not go more into this. Now, for the formal requests, we have received two of the exact same, which is Switzerland and UAP Germany. Split the vote, meaning that we will vote separately on the clause 3 of Article 18 of the Charter. This is the only charter, article there is, and we will then vote on whether we can split the vote on this. We will propose that we do it nemine consciente, but if anyone does not want to split the vote, please raise up laughter.
Okay, so
Okay.
you're splitting the vote.
We are splitting the vote, so that we will be voting separately on the clause 3, article 18 of the charter. That was the first two.
There's more.
It is here, right?
Yeah.
For the second one, proposed by European the Netherlands, we have to split the vote, so that, wait, so that is on the part of the IS official policy, article 18 and 14, so that we will.
Yeah. So, and even the Netherlands, correct me if I got it wrong. So the formal request is that we split the vote within the laws, so that the first part is voted before, however, and the second vote is after, however. So.
Yes.
You all clear regarding that? EVP Croatia, point of privilege. Point of order.
Ask for clarification.
Yes.
So essentially, the Netherlands advocating that when it comes to IS leadership, they should actually have an agent. I'm trying to understand why
Yes, you're in the Netherlands. Just shout to be faster.
However, the individual does not have to adhere to the definition of young person, and our proposal is to split vote between the first part, the sense of awareness of that, of the position, and like this, the second part, however, the individual doesn't have to adhere to the definition of young person.
So basically, that should mean if like first part passes and second doesn't, then yes, officials should adhere to this definition. That's the way I read relative clauses. Yeah, what?
What is this vote now?
On whether we want to accept it.
Okay, can we wait until
Wait,
we
can we wait
actually?
until we after the vote, please?
Charter change. Part doesn't make sense.
Yes, this is why we will first vote on the charter, but just letting you know of all the formal requests that we have. Because there's like.
All right, so,
Yes.
yes, so now we will be going on to voting on splitting within the, selecting policy updates across 14 and 18. And I think we might be doing an actual vote here. So for those who are in favor, please raise your placards.
Only in favor speak up, and can we have somebody else count as well?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, everyone who is against, please raise your placards.
I need to.
Yeah.
Ireland, Armenia, Spain, Albania, CH, EA, HR, IT, SI, PT, and part. Is that 10?
It's 11.
11? Okay, good.
Yes, and everyone who is abstaining, please raise a placard. We have Sweden, Turkey, and Ukraine.
C, PR, Ukraine. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So this is 16, 11, 3, right? Yeah, so these require the same majority. No, formal requests are relative majority, so we are splitting the votes.
All right. That was great. We will move on to the next formal request by EYP France to split the vote, which means we will be voting separately on the clause 15 of the welfare policy, which you can find here. I think we'll make this an M&A contribution. So unless someone would like to vote on this, we will split it and vote on it separately. I see no one against this, so we are splitting the vote on the welfare policy clause 15. Okay, then we'll give you a second chance. Is there anyone against splitting the vote?
Can you explain why?
You can find the reasonings provided by those who submitted the formal request in the channel in the Discord for their policy proposal. I don't know. Because I didn't have the time to copy paste that. I'm sorry. There's like 7 different things. So yeah, basically, did I get it corrected though? That this is what you want? Yeah. Okay. So basically, they want to vote on this separately, and we just ask you that we approve this formal request. Yes, in Croatia.
Yeah. We're not opposed to it, but they asked the question and they want to
Know why? Like the proposal was very brief and they didn't mention the rationale. I think it's fine that they.
Yeah, okay. Can even in France say why?
Yeah, it's just that we may have votes on the welfare policy that may be different from the rest of the proposal. So that's why we are asking for the vote.
Very valid reasoning. Now we will continue on to the voting, which I still would propose to be an M&A contribution. If anyone would like to vote, please raise your hand. It does pass an M&A contribution. We will split the vote on the welfare policy as well. Moving on to another formal request.
And because it's so many things so far, this basically relates to everything else, like the rest of the vote, because we already have charter separately. We do have a couple of network wide policies.
So for this one, it's by UIP Bosnia and Herzegovina and UIP Croatia split the vote so that everything that requires a two-third vote or two-third majority vote will be voted on separately, and everything that's relative majorities will be voted on. So we will have two different votes. However, we are now up to, I think, 5 different votes. So this means that the network-wide policies not affected by the previous formal requests will be voted on in a pool of two-third majority, and the non-network-wide policies that have not been affected by previous will be voted on in a pool of relative majority. Yeah, that's good.
This is the first vote.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so for this one about splitting into two-thirds and relative majority vote, I again propose that we do it as a consensus. So in case there's anyone against splitting the vote in two pools, please raise your placard. You're still voting on the formal request.
But does that contradict what we just like the splitting of proposals? It doesn't.
It doesn't. It will not
applies
affect
to the rest of the items.
When we switch them, we like vote. Okay, in that case, we will have a vote on this. So everyone who is in favor of splitting the vote, which will not affect the previous vote, that will mean that we will have two pools of two-third majority and relative majority, please raise your green placards.
And also, we do have a problem like with some contract. Is there a way to make some trade, maybe?
You just put like a roll up in front of
Yes.
the yesterday.
Okay, 1, 2. Can you raise your green placards high in the air? Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Total? 24.
Oh, okay.
I think. We'll see. And anybody who is against? UP Switzerland. And anybody who abstains? 1, 2, 3, 4. You can note down it's UAP Germany, UAP UK. Can you please keep the placards up until we tell them to lower them down? UAP Germany, UAP UK, UAP France, and UAP UK.
What did you say before you
France.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have it.
Yes.
All right, since this also requires a relative majority, we will also split the vote. Okay, so by now we have a lot of votes split, which means that we will now go to the voting and we will do it. So the first thing we will be voting on, which is a charter change, thus requires a two-thirds majority, will be the charter change Article 3 and adding a new clause. I have a point of order for you who wants to speak.
Well, lower limit does not exist.
Yes, the lower limit is gone with this one.
So
Yeah, this part is not updated, but this is the thing we are voting on. Okay.
yeah.
This is what we're voting
Yes.
on?
So 83.
Yes.
Yes, that is.
Thank
Alright.
you for the clarification.
Everyone in favor of the charter change, please raise your placard. And raise them tall and so that we
Yes,
can
1,
see
2,
the green.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21. I got 25? Yeah, 25 it is.
Everyone against the charter change, please raise your placards.
3, 4, Ireland, Germany, UK, France.
And
Abstentions.
abstain. Thank you very much. Since this requires a two-thirds majority, I can reach this. the charter change will pass. Moving on. The next one.
Yes, it's the however one.
Yes.
So first we vote on the part before however, and then on the yes. What?
It's the same sentence.
Yes. Okay, so 14, 18. We just copy pasted from the slide. I'm sorry.
All right. So for the next one, we will first vote on a sense of awareness of one's own age, life experience, and offered value in peer-to-peer educational model. And so, everyone in favor of this sentence, please raise your flags.
That's 29.
I do too.
Yeah.
Okay. 29 in favor. Everyone who is against the proposal, which means Austria figures now. Everyone against the proposal, please raise your placard. Is it no reds?
Yes.
Anyone abstaining, please raise your placard. Frank abstaining.
Okay.
Perfect. Then we will vote on the second half of the sentence, which is, however, the individual does not have to adhere to the definition of a young person. In favor, please raise your placard.
Okay, 19.
19 in favor. And those against, please raise their placards. So we have Latvia, Ireland, we have Luxembourg, we have United Kingdom, and we have Czech Republic, Belgium, and Azerbaijan.
And Austria.
Yes.
So that's 7.
I make it 7.
Yes.
And those abstaining, we have 4 abstaining. We have Finland, Spain, Albania.
Wait. 4?
Yes. Finland, Spain,
Yes.
Albania,
Ukraine.
Ukraine, and Turkey.
And that's then 5.
Yes. And what is this?
This is-
This relative majority?
It's IS second policy, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Relative majority, which means that this one has passed. So both of these have now passed, which means the collective of it has passed. And we will move on to the next vote. Next vote will be on the welfare policy changes, which are network-wide. Right?
Yes.
Which means they require a 2/3 majority. So we will be voting on this one now. Welfare policy changes clause 15. Those in favor, please raise your placards. What? So.
Thirty. 29. Yeah. 29.
All right, those against, so Austria, perfect.
Okay.
Those against, please raise your placards. Nobody against. Those abstaining, please raise your placards. And 2 with Ireland and Ukraine.
Perfect.
You got that one?
Yes.
Perfect. Moving on to the splitting of the rest.
And I forgot what to say. I'm so sorry. Like.
So Yes.
Okay.
We will start by voting on the ones that require 2/3 majority, which means the network one. We will not vote on the charter change, and this has already been voted on.
And I think the only network-wide part that we still haven't
Is the
approved
preamble.
already is the competence framework preamble
Exactly. So we will now be voting.
and welfare policy clause 18. Yes, we will show them
And
briefly.
also-
Yeah, can we, show those two slides, a couple of slides. So just to make sure that you know what I'm voting on,
So
we're
we
voting on this one,
plus 18 of the welfare policy, plus 19 of the welfare policy, as well as the preamble to the EYP competence framework.
all good?
Sorry,
With the
with the friendly amendment to remove always. Yes,
There's no always.
there is no
There is
always.
no always there.
This is, yes, okay. So EYP competence framework without always. Welfare policy plus 18 as it stands. Welfare policy plus 19 as it stands. We are voting on these three together. Requires a 2/3 majority vote. Everyone in favor, please raise your placards.
Okay,
29 in favor. Those who are against, please vote. Nobody against and abstaining. We have Luxembourg and Ireland. Okay, thank you very much. We will then move on to what it might be the last. Yes, so we will now move on to the vote of the relative majority of the ones we have left. Which clause of the agreement?
The remainder of the IS official selection
Yes.
policy,
I will go to this.
which is yes, 23 and 26, and we already covered.
We already covered
Yeah.
this.
So 26 and 23 and 26.
Yeah.
Sure.
This slide is the very last thing we're voting on, the rest is already passed, okay? This requires a relative majority. So everyone in favor, please raise your placards.
Hi, Ilya.
Everyone again, please raise your placard. Raise it.
Okay.
Everyone abstaining. I'm so happy we got the count to be 31 for each of these.
Yes.
Okay,
I can't believe.
so this was supposed to be half an hour, we are now past an hour, and we have a point of order by motion.
Why the hell did we split the vote?
Yeah, you're asking. Thank you for now all, I think, knowing how a common request works. I think this is the learning outcome from this. I also now know how to share a proper debate. Learning outcome. I think we will now move on to the next. Since everything's passed, we'll now move on to the next. Will be chaired by Philip.
Thank you very much. So this one was cut for a minute, which you know what this means. We expect time limits, okay? So we will make sure, absolutely sure, like the moment, like okay, 15 seconds before time, can you please listen, thank you. 15 seconds before time, your time is up, I will tap once, right? And when your time is done, I will tap twice. And then 5 seconds later, I will keep tapping until we stop talking. Okay? And we will say what are the time limits for the statement, the points, points 30 seconds, direct responses 30 seconds, statements, we will see how many we have, but please like 2 minutes I think would be pretty cool. And also the governing body, if you can keep your part up to 3 minutes, is that okay? Okay, good. In that case, we will start the debate to change the charter of the EYP And the standard procedure for dispute resolution as an act in charter, which you can find on page 27 of the meeting booklet. It is proposed by the governing body, so I would invite Dinesh to present the proposal. The floor is yours. 3 minutes.
Sure. So this proposal is not as controversial as the other one, we changes the charter of it. So we already have the procedure for dispute resolution, which was proposed and adopted by the BNC in 2018. But just because it doesn't mention that the policy in its title compute what it is, there is a guideline of this. And what we see is that it's all mentioned in the charter, so if you can see it, we don't have it as a separate document. When it's only mentioned once in the charter, it will be only so what we're proposing is to add this study procedure as an annex to the charter to avoid any misconfusions and misunderstandings and confusions on what is the procedure for this resolution is. The content is unchanged here, but taking the document and adding it as an annex to the charter. So that a guideline for the GB to intervene and mediate any resolutions between entities or in the season scenario and so on. So this is just basically relocating the documents. I also sent another pull request in the Discord channel as well, just to have Article 13, which is on this resolution, mention that this standard procedure can be seen in the annex. It's not in this slide, but you can see it's just added there and the content is unchanged. This is a bit long, so that might start many pages, but it's just basically taking the documents for dispute resolution and resolution and putting that in the next section. It's got a procedural proposal.
Right on time. Thank you very much. We will continue the page by stating the statements. We have some which are already announced. Okay, we will take care of it later. We'll check with already announced statements. No, we don't. But once again, you know the drill. If you want to make a statement, you're free to raise your placards right now. I see no statements in the air. So we'll the floor first of one debate rounds, general one, we will save for our needed. If you want to make points, floor is yours. Everybody's so tired of the previous one, right? You're absolutely sure there's no points whatsoever regarding this policy proposal? Because like right now, this whole dispute resolution procedure was a different document, wasn't in the charter. It was a separate policy. So you know, maybe why we put it inside that, or I don't know, whatever you're concerned about. No? Okay. Like, like all of my debates either get withdrawn or they're like super short. Feels bad. In that case, we'll proceed with the vote. It is a 2, it is a charter change, so it requires 2/3 majority. So we would ask everybody who is in favor to please raise your placards. That's 29. Maybe I just suck at conversation.
Okay, the 29.
let's say it's 29. We will correct it afterwards because we know how many of you are here. Okay, 29. You lower your placards. All of those for abstaining. 2, Austria, the result. Give us a second. We can do the rest of the. Austria and Greece. Abstaining. Not against. And anyone against? Okay, in that case, it was 29.
Yeah.
Yeah, so with 29 votes in favor and 2 abstentions, we have to say that this charter change has passed because it was proposed by the governing body. It is also completely passed. It is co-decided and it is effective as of the moment we publish it on the BNC. That was so short. Okay, and now my time is up.
Yes.
I think it's
Yeah. At this purpose, so just to figure it.
okay, we need to make sure because
Yeah. Yeah.
yes.
Oh.
Right. Yes. Or
Okay, so this is the last topic, policy of debate. Regarding institutionality and support mechanisms and with split actions. Part 2, part 1. It's proposed against like in Croatia, the spokesperson with the board. You can find this on page 54 of the meeting, the annex on page 8, it's the public debate. And if I'm correct, with us, we'll start with
Just get this to work first.
no, Linda, you need to turn on your camera and light. So we can see grid, I think. No. Where is the grid? No.
Hello, I hope everyone can hear me.
Oh. Okay. We will do it this way. Although I'm very confident we used to work.
We need to turn off.
Yes, this is.
No. That's fine. I can do those. But if there's something. Otherwise, I'll do the rest of that.
I think this is okay. Maybe make it this big.
yeah, Linda, the floor is.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can. Wait. We don't hear you, but wait. Let us check the Good. Can you try it out?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hmm.
So you can start.
I can start. Okay. Hello, everyone. Or should I say good evening, EYP. I am Linda. I'm the former Vice President of EYP Estonia, for those who do not know me, and I'm very happy to be able to present this topic. The statement of debate, I thought maybe the BNC board would read it, but obviously, like, it's not as good as to be online as it is to be in person. So our statement is compliance regulations need to be done proactively and reviewed routinely. The compliance policy needs to include all entities within the network, a comprehensive reporting mechanism, and safeguards for all entities involved with respect to legislation that applies to the national committees. Given the importance of the matter, it is vital that the proposed policy has a network-wide support. You can turn to the next slide. Yeah. So the history proposal, we will not be stopping here for too long, as I know this has gone a bit over time, but this has been discussed for years, and there have been many debates. There has been even a policy proposal in the year 2019, which did not pass. The most recent move was the working group created in 2020-02 meeting, which did not have any output. But both Ivor and I were part of the group, and we decided to work it on our own, to work on the ideas on our own afterwards. We also brought this topic up at the last meeting, where we did get consensus that the network is interested in international governance reform. So we created a draft policy, which some of you have already seen. And have given us feedback, but given from all the feedback that we received, we figured that instead of proposing this as a policy proposal at this meeting, we need to have another round of consultations with everybody at this meeting, and then hopefully we can propose it at the next meeting. You can turn to the next slide. Okay, so the current national NC compliance policy only regulates compliancy of one type of entity in the network, and that is national committees. International governance, however, includes many more actors who all should be held to the same level of compliance. And therefore, we have presented a draft of compliance policy, which hopefully would apply to the all and replace the current incumbent policy. So this draft policy would replace the currently existing national committee compliance policy when it comes in act. The proposed policy has incorporated as much of the current existing policy as possible, mostly clarifying and establishing clearer reporting mechanisms and safeguards. What technically can be called expanded part of the policy has been modeled in the spirit of the original policy as much as possible. All the mechanisms are the same that have already existed for one type of international governance entities for years. Next to nothing is created from scratch. The policy is mostly enhancing and clarifying the already existing mechanisms, which have been expanded to include other actors as well. We would like to thank everybody who gave us the constructive feedback. And yeah, so why we are doing this as a topic of debate is that we would like to receive feedback, and our aim is to have as much consensus as possible. Therefore, we have put forward 3 questions that we would seek answer to at this debate. The first question is about overall readability of the proposal. All the policies of the network should be understandable to everyone who's reading them, whether they are part of the network, whether they just joined EYP yesterday, or they have been part of EYP international governance for years. We did receive a lot of feedback that this has been written by 2 lawyers And yes, that's true. Both of us are law students, and it's really showing. So we appreciate everybody who has given us feedback already, and we would like to see some more. The second question is more about how to hold all international governance bodies in compliance, especially so the international office. We would like to hear more about that from the international office, governing body, and everybody else as well, because they are the hardest. That's why you can also see that there's a gap in the policy where there's no modules for international office. We decided to remove them and create them based on the outcome of this debate. And the last question is about the protections provided, because inter alia also whistleblowing is part of compliance. And for us, it is really important that all the protections meet the expectations of the network. We have set out a plan of action. If you can turn the slide, please. So the possible action plan is that we are going to have this debate now, and based on the results, we are going to clarify, amend the proposal, and clarify and amend the proposal. We would also like to see additional number of people joining us to create a working group to enhance the readability and to further ensure that all the questions are answered and that there is a consensus. And once the amendments have incorporated, the working group has done their job, there will be another round of consultations with even wider scope of individuals, because this time around we approached the national committees and governing body and the international office. But this time we would like to see even more people giving us feedback. And then finally, we would like to present the full and finalized policy proposal at the next meeting. So once again, thank you to everybody that has given us feedback already in this round of consultation. We would like to hear from you today and in the next round of consultations as well. And as we head to the debate, I would like to stress that this is a topic of debate about the draft policy. We are not voting on it today. And that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Opening the floor for statements. Okay, we have the governing body and then Bernie.
Because the governing body has already given feedback on the proposal, and we're really happy to see people working on this. In working with the current mechanism, we do realize that that one is difficult to work with and not perfect. So we're very happy to see this. We did have a lot of feedback, but Linda already said that about how this policy would then be kind of the longest policy we have. So we would recommend to keep the policy not too detailed as to allow for some deviance and variation in some cases, as we see that in our policies, when they're very, very tight, it sometimes makes it even more difficult for us to work. And other than that, we had some other procedural comments, but we already communicated that with you all, and we would love to join the group in creating this policy so we can ensure that it matches also our reality and how we currently work with the mechanisms, because we can tell you how in practice we are working already with whistleblowers and non-compliant entities, and this would really help you further. Yeah.
There's a lot of what I think that we anyway, so thank you very much. Kind of similar approach with respect to the German. It is an important topic, and we need to be able to deal with such cases that Russia is showing us, as Romania is showing us, was showing us, and but to take a step back. For example, yesterday in the workshop about international governance accessibility, we talked about how to make it more accessible, and one of the major critical points was that the policies are too complex, and the structure is too complex to detach from the reality of the network. And I think that is also something that this draft is very much going in mind. So we are not state, we don't need policies that are on the level of law, and it's just a complex. And we have policies on the methodology exist, and we also have ways to deal with issues that are raised in your policy, but are not in the current compliance policy. But for example, check and balances on the governing body could be made by the BNC at all times, for example. In the end, what we advocate for is that middle grounds between the current compliance policy that we have, and we add, for example, whistleblower protection, which is quite important. Now we try to amend the thing that we have, keep it short, keep it at the 2 pages that it is at the moment, make it a little bit longer, yes, but not 9 pages longer. So that is remains remains to work with for everyone.
Thank you, Lina, very much for presenting the proposal. As you mentioned, we gave also our extensive feedback already, and thank you for integrating it in the future. And along the lines of the governing body in Great Germany, I would like to remind everyone that a lot of checks and balances systems are in place. That's why we are having updates for the IO, for the GB, for the BNC. We sent 50 pages booklet from the international office with the financial updates, 1 week because the BNC meeting takes place twice a year. We are always negotiable. I would recommend to use this page, and for example, the IO updates, so it should have, in my opinion, much more questions. You should scrutinize that in the spot, and that's why we extended the update on what we are doing, and we really welcome this accountability space at this meeting. So my recommendation, and then the same goes of course to the GB, and my recommendation is to rather integrate the checks and balances in the existing policies on the governing body on other bodies, then creating an extensive on top level structure, not all the clauses, and then sometimes because there would be already shared between the email. So we welcome this proposal, but we see a lot of optimization in the existing structures of the UAD governance.
And now moving back to
Thank you. I have to say the acoustics of the meeting room are as horrible as ever. I could only hear Ganesh. I'm very sorry, I have no idea who made the second statement because I didn't hear the country, and I didn't hear the statement at all. Basically, the closer you are to the mic, the easier it was to understand. Thank you for the statements. Thank you, governing body. Yes, this policy is very long, but it deals with a very difficult topic, and that is compliance. We understand so, and this is also, maybe it's too long because only 2 people have worked on it, and the longer you work on something, the less you see the faults, and that's why we are doing those rounds of consultations, is that we realize that there needs to be a consensus, and we need to discuss this with everybody. It can't be just proposed. And yes, we will take all of the things said into consideration. This is why we're doing it, and that's it as a response from me. Ivar will take over because he heard all of the statements better. Thank you.
So in terms of the statements, yeah, again, going back to the IO, thank you very much for a lot of that constructivity. You gave very detailed constructive feedback that was really, really to the point, which we really appreciated. And then next to what Germany's point, in terms of accessibility, yeah, if it's paid, pages of update, maybe that's a separate question, but we can think of how to make these updates more accessible. EYP correction certainly always reads them and asks questions. But also it's about time slots at times. GB updates last time, right? You cannot hear me, or but I'm responding. Like, okay. But the whole point is that that's not the topic, but we can think of those ways as well, because this topic of debate does pose a lot of questions about a lot of things. But to keep it on the compliance itself, the length, yeah, we can see that is already said. And in terms of flexibility and what the was saying, I think that one slight innovation that got a bit neglected is the fact that everything that we mentioned, you have titles, you have chapters, you have articles, so you know everything is related to everything. With the incumbent entity compliance policy, I don't know that. It's just one flow and it's a very random flow. Linda and I have analyzed that policy very detailedly, and then we said, okay, let's maybe not try to reform this one, but kind of revamp it because it was very confusing for us as well. So yeah, last BNCM, we talked about the problem. Now we're talking about potential avenues for solutions. Hopefully the next one with the working group, maybe. I did submit a formal request to that. Maybe we can move forward and actually propose something that can reach a lot of network unity and not have a gazillion split vote and whatnot. So that's the approach we have. Thank you for that input. We take it on that general level, also on the concrete level. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Igor. Now moving on to the debate structure. And on to the debates in general, we have 6 rounds. Round 1, verifications and whistleblower protection. Round 2 and 3, NC compliance. Round 4, DB compliance. Round 5, BNC compliance in IO compliance. And round 6 in general. Yes, general and final debates. As we are a bit short on time, when we get points, please don't be longer than 35 seconds, right? So, moving on to the first round of the debate, clarifications and whistleblower protections. We have Blackbird, IO, and then we will say Muslim and
I would like to clarify and react to the accessibility of the updates. I think we have experimented with formats. We have video updates, and I think the combination of the written updates and the 1 hour or sometimes 2 hour slot at the BNC meeting, where you could just ask any question in accordance to the updates. I think it's a very fitting format to the audience. I also think there is the most condensed way how you could update 110 staff members work of 180 days. And I think it's our duty to make it as detailed as possible and that you could then ask a follow-up question. If you think it's too much, of course, we'll also that's work fast. We are happy not to do it this way, but I really think it's our duty to do it this way. And BNC board provides us with a template, so you can have ideas how the template can be improved. It's also the process principle. I would like to first commend the proposing parties for this proposal. It is very necessary at this point. And my only thing is, I just wanted to ask if you could clarify the meaning of process culture and what this entitles, since it's kind of vague. Thank you.
Yes, we would just like to point out that the statement by UIP Germany wasn't about accessibility of updates, but rather about the accessibility of the policy. So let's not have a debate about updates. Okay, thank you.
Yes. So just to respond, Vanya, I don't want you to feel called out. I was not trying to call out anyone. And she said we can also think of those kinds of things because when we start making these points, it can go further on. The point of debate indeed is about that. So the gossip culture as it is, I think that we kind of know how we're starting this organization. That the whole point with this that we don't name names. And, we can have a concrete example, but please depersonalize it if you want to share it. We said the same thing last time, not just because it's respectful, but it's not unnecessary as well. And we're not here to cause drama. We're here to solve problems, and that's the whole thing with the gossip culture. And a further clarification on the annex are concerned, feel free to ask them later on as well. I think that we can scrap the format if there will be not that many questions and people want to have lunch. But it's really, really important to, gather a lot of feedback and input. And I think it's a very sad thing that this is kind of the last agenda item that's, here discussed because it loses on the importance for such an important thing. And yet that is the criticism for the BNCB, for the record. And they know that already. We have, Linda and I have actually asked for this not to be discussed so late, but oh well. And yeah, that's more or less it. Gospel culture, I hope I clarified that.
Thank you. Now moving on. Moving on to debate round number 2 regarding NC compliance. Does anyone have a point regarding NC compliance? Except we already body, but whether they could go body and then something else.
I have a suggestion for the working group, since I'm very aware of the policy on safeguarding dignity and welfare policy. It would be maybe very useful to look at those policies, see how they have described reporting and confidentiality there, and to maybe harmonize the terms being used and harmonize kind of the procedures, even though it would be a reporting to a different body. I feel like there's pretty good descriptions, at least they work very well with what is being used in practice. So maybe that could be a suggestion.
Urban.
Thank you. I think that we have brought this up during the pre-reviews when we asked feedback about Article 7 and the reporting of the liability cases to the defense officer. We are still not quite sure why this is needed, as the liability cases can have quite different reasons that are not related to the shelter at all, or that are cases that need to be kept secret by law or by contracts between the parties. This can happen, and as such, you would not be able to cover this.
I'm talking about Article 15.4. I feel like okay, so it reads, sorry, the mechanism must evaluate international conditions if we recognize depending on the degree of non-compliance. I feel like if we're, for every non-compliance case, if we're making it mandatory to evaluate the suspension of the recognition, which is a very high degree of punitive measure, I feel like that goes very, like that is too strict.
Direct response, showing the anybody.
I think also in the working group, they'll harmonize this with the charter, where I think the BNC has to confirm a suspension as well. Yes.
Okay, do we have any more points regarding NC compliance? I saw Luxembourg.
Yes, I have a small remark coming from my NC other board members. We have a question regarding the Article 9 clause 4, saying that the reporter can backtrack its own testimony, and we want to just like, if possible, maybe to specify the situations in which the reporter can backtrack, because like we would like to how to say, like evitate to imitate a situation where he gets external influences and changes his reports due to this external, and then it's not that important anymore.
Okay, now I think we're moving back to the opposing entity.
Okay, so thank you very much. Let's go with Germany. Yes, we know that, we have noted that in terms of legal liability rationale for reporting of that is that it does not come as a big surprise that there is an issue. And as far as you mentioned conflict are concerned, those kind of private relations, they could have implications indeed for the network, but the whole point is that the NC compliance officer knows, because the NC compliance officer is not just tasked with knowing or supervising. The NC compliance officer is not a big bad wolf. The NC compliance officer is there to support as well, and that's the aim of it, that they can support it, they know and assist. And obviously, the compliance officer is not allowed to share that with anyone. Understandably, that does change some of the legal particularities, let's put it that way, considering what the insurance already shared with us. But I think that's a matter that can be addressed within the grand scheme of things, within the working group itself, and not here debated for X number of minutes. Luxembourg, specific situation, noted down. I think the working group will have that input as well. And fair enough, it could be, it's not the best wording, I agree. That's why this is not a debate to get input. As far as the is concerned, fair. The point is that there are some differences between compliance and safety and welfare, and we also wanted to allow for room from safety and welfare situations if they can certain boards, grossly violated members, that this can spill over into this policy. So there are some connections, but there are other things. In terms of harmonization, it's a thing to be considered for the working group agreement. There was another point, I'm very sorry, because I was noting earlier, was yes, Armenian 15-4, no, yes. So harshness, yeah, we have had a discussion on this a bit before. I do agree, and I do welcome any of you who have also commented extensively who potentially want to join the working group to have this, to really craft something that's going to be workable for the longer term, so that we don't have the case that we have tasted that we have had. And of course, like whistleblower. So yeah, and that's more or less
Okay, moving on to debate round number 3. Still with NC compliance. Does anyone have? Okay, moving to debate round number 4, which is GB compliance. So if anyone has something to add regarding GB compliance, they will be pleased to say about it. So
This is just to share some information better than asking a question. Because right now, even though we don't have a GB compliance officer, you guys are actually the GB compliance officers as against the who we are accountable for. So anything that any information that you want to get from us, you can do it. Anything that you want to mandate us to do, you can do it. Any decision that GB takes can be controlled by the BNC, especially a decision. And if you have no confidence in any member, also that's not something you should decide. You can also vote for that. So basically, the role lies with you, also for BNC board, but also for the GB. So it's actually completely something on you. Of course, it's up to you if you want to allocate a specific person to be the compliance officer or not, but that would be also someone, you also suggested that, but someone who's very specific, whose term also aligns with the GB term, and the someone who can be reached out to.
thank you, international office.
I would also like to remind that we have an executive director who is tasked for policy and working procedure to make sure that all the policies are. So that's it's also my job and task as engineering wants us to make sure that we don't violate our rules and policies. So in that sense, I also hold the GB accountable and this where they're going for new procedures.
Thank you. Anything else regarding GB compliance? Oh, moving back to the proposing ends.
Thank you very much. I'll be very quick. Yeah, we already discussed about these things with both entities, but there's nothing substantially that I can share new with you. But for context, questions are raised, and in terms of maybe holding to account or being able to hold to account, there are these questions, they can exist. Again, nothing of this is in bad faith, it's in the best of faith in terms of not having situations we have had. So yeah, I mean, it's a question to be dealt with the working group, frankly, because that's what I've that's Linda and I came to a conclusion that maybe working group would be the best, because despite our disdain for it. But yeah, all this will be noted down. I have nothing to defend here, but say, okay, it's noted down, very crucial. Really deal with this so that we can really get the best possible thing.
Thank you. Moving on to debate round number 5. IO and BNC compliance. Right.
Okay, so I'll stick to our time limits. Yes, the BNC board always asks if we can actually make a point before we allow to do that.
Yes. There's like nothing we concern our discussions. Because we email like.
Yes, but the rest of the BNC is not privy to our discussions. Yeah, it is different in terms of what we already commented on your documents. And yes, can I make a point? I need your approval for that.
Yes.
Cool. So yes, taking the time limit. So the BNC board, actually, I think out of all the EYP governance bodies, has the most checks and balances on us. If you check the beginning part of the regular procedure, you can overrule our interpretations. You can adopt procedural and other like remarks that we reach the policy and so on. Also, you can ask for any of us to like have a vote of no confidence at any given moment. So in those terms, you can say that we have really felt accountable already. Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, this is maybe just what I said earlier in the statement. It's something that should be taken into the working group. Because it should reflect what the BNC has said in the discussions. Is that, for example, for making these regions making it clearer to the whole policy, these parts of annual compliance, BNC compliance, BNC compliance, and also many GP compliance could be asked because these systems are already in place. The other point. Oh, so the plans.
Yeah, so very dirty. Regarding the BNC board, very much true. It was just like a carte blanche approach. It's not a working group to redefine that, but I like to put it's in the also choose for themselves. It's not the BNC board that should be the main subject of the policy or aspects thereof. As far as the journey is concerned, yeah, input for the working group. However, when it comes to existing procedures, generally speaking, there are more defined and less defined ones. For the BNC board is on the more defined end, I would say. So maybe not defining the best terms, but good overall. And as far as some other ones are concerned, discussion we have had as well, it concerns the fact that you have nuclear options, so vote of no confidence. For some things, you don't need a vote of no confidence. Some things you can have more, less adversarial means. And so that's also why this was done. I don't think we'll need the next debate now, so I'll just like to thank everyone for input. All of the entities that gave input already, all of the individuals who gave input already to us before here, to the IO, very detailed, very structured. Thank you very much. Very insightful. I think Henning and Hanya did that. Both of you. The BNC board, all three of you did that. Thank you very much for the understanding in terms of the time limits. GP also thank you for your input here and there. It's a lot of input. The point is that there's so much input that we can work our way through that through a consensus. Because the point is not to divide the network on something. That's why we said, okay, let me think about something like this so that we can further work on it. It's a process that takes time. And that's more or less it from our side.
Point of privilege or order.
Just a small question. In this day, there was no 6 now.
If need be, we can have a 6th round. Sure.
I just have a general.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I disagree a bit with what was said in the very beginning by the TV that the policy should be short. because having a very short policy means having lags and having loopholes. Having loopholes means having different interpretations and having a large space for different outcomes. It doesn't mean that like in the different years, similar situations could be treated in different ways, and I don't think it's a good idea. So I think from a legalist point of view, having the most concrete and precise policy would be the best idea.
But it makes sense.
I mean, the police doesn't have really short policies, but the goal is for our policy to be acceptable and understandable to the entire network. The policy that was sent in is very legalese. I understand it, but I don't think every member would understand it. And part of the thing is that we also need our policies to be applicable in different cases. And for some parts of this policy, as it was like sense, it doesn't work yet with what would be useful in practice. And yeah. Which is also why I said, oh, we should harmonize its terms from other policies and make sure that we all keep it the same. And if you read our charter, for example, it's very straightforward, very simple language. That's something I think we should strive for in all purposes.
Yeah, is the point directly related to the
I think it's also like a general reason of regulations. It's that isn't necessarily if you're trying to be every single thing, it should be successful. Because the more you're trying to regulate, the more you're really able to a lot of things, and general regulations are usually considered to be more effective.
Oh, yeah. Any more, suggestions, comments, sirens?
Hello, this question comes from the UAP member. Are the members actually, so just asking on his behalf. But he's just asking, is there any way you could any way that how you plan to differentiate between a real report and a report done with strategic? Similar question, but also we are a network of trust. We trust each other to do the things in the right way. So we hope not to see such behavior. But also to say something about this, like their importance, the report about NNC is gets investigated, and the first response is to evoke that to support the NNC to come back to compliance. And there are multiple attempts being done until something creative takes place. We have seen examples in this BNC meeting, in previous one, so. So also, would it make more sense to have such a reaction to the other cases of compliance when it comes to BNC or GBIO instead of just doing a new election pattern? Just as a suggestion, so that it be aligned with all of the compliance. But yeah, I think it's working with the trust that we have.
Thank you. Moving back to the proposing entity board of employees.
Thank you. So, I think that in terms of input shared is you have for the work currently, I also want to get to lunch, so I'll respond in 3 sentences. Sentence number 1. Regulations Armenia, yes, this is general enough, but it has to be specific. Sometimes it's a balance to have. Sentence number 2, for all of you who want input, let's have a working group then. Let's try to craft something that can work. For number 3, the system works, but the question is how well does it work? Because you've been that me and on BNCs, the BNC last time was that it didn't work well. So that's why we're moving with it. With further ado, I'm done. And I would really want to, we have to vote on the working group, I think. But yeah, I'm done and want lunch, so I think we can agree with it.
Okay. Moving forward, we have formal requests by Croatia to establish a working group on NC compliance policy and whistleblowers protection. If I'm not mistaken.
And you can also find it in this Discord channel. Of your denial. Yeah, you can.
If you wanted to take 30, 45 seconds to explain somehow.
Okay, perfect. Just proceed.
Okay, so now we will be voting on the creation of a working group. On working group of NC compliance policy whistleblower protection, Ivor said Nevin represented, so, and I have a feeling that we can go with that. I don't think anyone will vote against. Okay, so we are doing this Nevin represented, and it is accepted by the BNC. And we will have a working group on NC compliance policy and whistleblowers protection as well. And by this heading as some organizational.
Okay, to quote people, we all want lunch, so I will try to be as quick as possible. First of all, lunch today is like waffle, halloumi, and shawarma sandwiches. It's one per person. As always, we vegetarian then is indicated, but it's not that much. So if you have not indicated that you're vegetarian, but would like vegetarian, like for example, a halloumi sandwich, wait until the end to make sure that the actual vegetarians get their food. I will repeat yesterday because we were really good at cleaning, so I will talk about the cleaning up after the meeting already now, so we all know what we're going to do. So first off, when you leave this venue, you put all of the things you want to leave behind in your NC envelope. Of course, the notepad, pens, and stickers are you're free to bring them with you. You don't have to leave them there if you don't want to. What we will ask is that you leave your name back for the next year. You can take out the paper if you want, but leave the plastic pouch.
We do that at the end.
Yeah.
Wait.
All good. All good. Second is the lost and found. We had a little presentation round earlier in this round, but yeah, if you own some of that or are missing something, come to the corner. There's bunches up there, including a great towel from one of the rooms we went to. Have to check out that. Another point, we are doing a lot of NC features on our Instagram story right now. If you would like to be featured there, you can approach me during the second half of lunch. We will also, during this lunch break, be selling merch. So there's caps, UIP history books, and UIP notebooks for sale. You can see Saskia sitting there, you can be selling them. If no one is sitting by the desk, you can also approach Saskia, because you will also have to do that. In addition, there are a bunch of vision papers from the Rebuild Grain project that you can get for free. But there's not for everyone, so first come, first serve. And lastly, I missed this in the morning, but we do have a little surprise for today's birthday, for the next day as well. So if we could all sing the birthday song one more time. And then we can go through.
No. So all the things saying was saying about living up all those stand, but after lunch there's still agenda program. there's workshop presentations, so maybe don't put away other placards yet, because there's always some questions regarding workshop results. And we had a lot of very interesting workshops with a lot of things to be followed upon. There's also closing. But in case you're reading earlier, the thing that was asked about the envelope, yes, you can sign, note the BNC meeting that you are at and sign the envelope as your NC representative. But if you're not leaving yet, we will all do it there, okay? And seating orders. So there were no ordering guesses for yesterday's seating order, which is very sad. Correct answer for yesterday's seating order is ranking of countries by the top rated IMDb entry with more than 1,000 votes. Just because of how, one person voted get given there. So top IMDb entries by countries in terms of movies. Okay.
Is that the first or the last?
And that's not from yesterday. Yeah, top was here and bottom was there. I can share the exact scores because actually went through the IMDb page and got them. So, and for today's, so once again, we have posted the correct one in the BNC and channel. The actual situation in the room doesn't reflect that, but we have 0 guesses so far. So, guys, what do you think? We get yes, question. We get it. Okay, this was on today. Yeah, we can give a hint of days, yes. There was a major event happening recently, which also resulted in changes in some world standings. Maybe let's put it that way. Is that a good explanation?
We need to find world standards. Define the world.
I can get further, I think. It relates to sporting events. Okay, so this will be plenty of help for you. And now you can have lunch. Be back by let's say 2:20, 2:25, like that. Okay, you know, very right. I don't know. I think we have a right to give it back. I give it yes, I give it really good. I know.
I'm excited to get last night. I'm like, yeah, I haven't been. Okay. Okay, here's my brain. Yeah.
Wait.
Wenn die leer sind, ja, wenn jetzt müssen wir immer im Auto wieder reinfahren. Ich weiß nicht, wie lange hat der ja, komm mal hoch, vielleicht.
Das ist egal. Ich sehe doch nichts.
Well, I mean, I think, possible, I could think of, I saw it was one of the other. Yeah. All right. I don't know. It's not like it's not world ranking on ISO. Not world ranking on ISO. No. It's not sporting results, it's sport. Sorry, is that like, is this based on sporting results, or is it like how countries support of something? It's not support, it's sport. Maybe.
Yeah, I guess
We were kind of like here by the past, like we're here.
sort of specific because we like, know it. It is basically there is 50 minutes of buffer time in that first agenda item. We actually don't expect to start on time. But we and then by like I don't know, 9:10 we're fine. Yeah, I don't think we have the slides for everybody yet, though. If we don't have them, somebody from the original position. I know that I can have. There is different possibilities. Yeah, we don't have any. I know. Usually like the roots. Wasn't made. It wasn't. Yeah, you're in the middle of the right? Here, this thing, there's a campaign. Copy just. But don't like super red, start doing things better for us. We need to quest as well. And then I have to figure out the best one. Is there still crowds?
Wrong.
No.
I thought this went wrong. Well, in that case, I agree. Also not as late as we could have been. Also not at the latest.
We always have a problem. And
Right. I was wrong.
We are doing good ones.
Oh, they were right.
I can say it's like, I don't know, it's really nice. It's strong, but it's.
People are checking to. Make sure that it's happening.
I did not.
Everyone's like. I'm like, they're
Yeah,
not.
that's first. There was something that we, the result that we changed. Someone just gets that. Then we say, okay, it's like, yeah, okay. Remember, like yesterday, I saw like a couple of jaws drop when I said like more than 1,000 votes. It's like,
Yeah.
we wouldn't have asked that you say it's more than 1,000 votes. Like that's not important. It's like, maybe. I don't know, maybe. Maybe effort into making. Maybe we should. Maybe we can just like talk fast.
And what?
Maybe we can just talk fast. This finished workshops. And even this strategy, a couple of them are already here, and that's, let's say that's an order, but.
Don't know about order, I will let.
Even entry strategies, even strategies first. Basically, whatever is in there already, just add upgrade.
Yeah, let's. Yeah.
Understand the very natural of this. Also, as
Oh, you were talking about. I was like, why are you small? I was like, the attention to the, like, I thought it was mine. Oh. Here's the.
If you have not. I thought you said like all of the. Yeah. Well, so I think it's a very good, yeah.
Don't worry.
We don't know this way to the. Yeah. I didn't.
Okay. I chose the apple.
Well, what's that? I'm not actually.
One doesn't show you right.
Oh.
How come we have an Ashton? Facendo tutto uccidiato le pistole.
Can you get seated? People in the back, can you come to the room? So you can start the final block of the BNC meeting, autumn 2023.
Please get seated. Okay, guys, let's get started. Sorry, what? What? What is the question? Yeah, if you guys are leaving soonish, you can sign the envelopes, so we will put that all together and close the meeting. So we'll continue with the final block for today's meeting, which are workshop results. To be honest, I don't know if we have all the slides from all the proposing entities, but we're gonna wing it. It's fine. First of all, out of all of these is the UAP strategy one. Also, I didn't tell the owner and workshop proponent, so you will just, we'll call you on the spot. I think that's okay. So UAP strategy. I can set up what you guys have been up to. UAP strategy. Presented by leader. Yeah.
So yesterday during the strategy workshop, we firstly went through the key results. We saw that some of them have not really been fulfilled, and we tried to identify what we want to work on for 2024. So in December, the GB will come together for the GB meeting. It will draft the key results for next year, and then it will be communicated to all of them. So that's the first result of the workshop. And then we also discussed the strategy focus groups, which was an initiative created by the GB and shared with all of you. We realized that there is still some potential that this strategy focus groups have, and the plan is for the GB to continue working on the structure and to share it with you, and to encourage all of you to send any suggestions if you have any, because we believe that if we're talking so much, that would be great to have more meetings, communicate more on topics that are interesting for us. The strategy really has the 6 pillars, which contain everything that can be discussed. And the most important part of the workshop was the discussion on extension of the UIP strategy 2021-2025. So the governing bodies will continuously assess the progress made by the strategy. There have been circumstances such as COVID-19 pandemic that did not allow for the network to progress as much as we would like to. So one of the objectives have not really been fulfilled, and the key results haven't been achieved yet.
Yeah, you can say it's now, yeah, put the people in English. Yes. Okay, sorry.
Yes, we have been constantly assessing the progress, extensive like COVID, that's why the progress was hindered. So we suggest a clear prolongation of the current strategy, because in case it is not prolonged and we can already see that objectives are not really met, and probably in 2 years they will still not be, because by this time we should have had more progress. So we would already, as the GB, need to start drafting the next strategy to send it to you in advance. That's why we suggest that we prolong the strategy for 2 years. And then in the process, we have very active communication and consultations on how we will continue the process and then move to the next strategy. And that's it from my slide. And we will move to over to you.
Yeah, before that, are there any questions for the workshop results? I would think that it's a no. So as mentioned already, we have received a formal request to adopt a statement on behalf of the BNC. You can also find it in the Discord channel of the workshop. But it's here in its entirety. The point of the statement is to extend the current strategy by 2 years. And we will proceed with voting right now. So it is something that is strategy is either like a binding document or network-wide policy, but because it's a statement, we would still like to have as many MCs vote for it as possible, just to see that you guys are okay with, because of COVID and everything, extending whatever we wanted to do by further 2 years. And this is why you don't put your placards away until the time. Who is in favor? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I got 25, maybe that's correct, maybe it's not, I don't know. Any abstentions? Any against? Okay, it is 25, we will never know which ones because we will track these absent now. Chris, you want to say something? Yes?
Is it a relance of the strategy or just extend? And for how many years after the entire?
So the formal request, okay, you can.
So it will be extension of the strategy, the same strategy for 2 more years. So it will end in 2027. And in the process, we start already the discussion and evaluation of that objectives and the process of drafting rules.
Okay, so with 25 votes in favor, House over, otherwise, we have positive, a green light to the GB to extend our current strategy 2 more years, and you have already heard what is going to happen after that. Next up, thank you, Lina, by the way. Next up, we have a workshop on EU elections. Okay, sorry, forgot to see you again. So once again, Lira.
I will be presenting the results for this one on behalf of the IU members, Sarah and Chris. So yesterday, together with all of you, they have discussed what are our projects firstly for the European elections, and of course, why do we even need them? So why should we address the European elections? As a result of your brainstorming, and later you will see more closer on the slides. So of course, to make a change, to educate the younger generation, and of course, it is all going back to our mission and our strategy, because we have the pillar of active citizenship. So of course, we want to make sure that we can impact somehow positively the voting turnout by next one. So some of the ideas that you came up with are, of course, including more media projects that will be that you as an NC representatives will be working on. Some of the ideas are really short videos that can be posted easily on the social media and will be very engaging for younger generation. There was an idea of video on one day in any slide. And of course, the discussion why does young people's vote matter and explanation on how can we motivate young people. And of course, on constructive NC communication. So firstly, the platform together.eu, which is pretty important for you as national committees to sign up on, because it can be a very nice thing to also promote your projects on a bigger level. And then, of course, last minute reminders which will be on social media and can be very important for them. Next one. We also discussed some other formats, which would be roundtables, panel debates, mini exhibition, and media projects in schools, so cooperation with them and with other youth organizations. And lastly, there was a component of the sessions, and this session was firstly, of course, more inclusion of experts and speakers during the session, so to have more topics and to bring the experts really to discuss them with the delegates, as well as different mock election scenarios for additional engagement. And that's it. If you have any questions, please you can either contact our private members or me as the chief. Thank you.
You're very much welcome. Next up, we have a workshop on multilingualism in EYP, which will be presented by John and Stefan. You recognize. The workshop results. Yeah, you can come here. So this is from the first workshop launch.
So, just a little bit of history of what we're doing that. So basically in 2019, the BNC also had like a workshop on that matter, and there was like those recommendations that was in light, and like actually nothing happened. So we were like, there's a problem, we don't have any resources on that. And so yeah, like not this year, like EYP France is part of the NCP expected to like a project for the Austria. And so our goal is to create actually like these resources, like a toolkit resource guide about multilingual events. So for that we have like a proper timeline that you can look at like in the PowerPoint presentation that is like after whatever. And yeah, basically me and Sam, one of my fellow board members, will be like editing, sharing like the reflection and everything. And we wanted to add like the basically the opinion of the BNC around like first of all the like the recommendation that the BNC like proposed in 2019, and also like other matters that they will like introduce. But just so you know, we will like open call for people who are interested in working on that with us. So yeah, feel free like to share it with your universities, and then they will go ahead.
Yes, if we can have the next slide, please. So during the workshop, we focused on two different main elements, the importance of multilingualism and what are the challenges that NCs will face when implementing such events. So about importance, we've got accessibility, cultural enrichment, regional cooperation, cross-border events, opportunities for translations, enabling new potential members, and obviously more important outreach. And then about the challenges that the NCs will face, we've got the fact that it's hard to find officials who are bi or trilingual, which is translators, the question of minority languages, the question of resources for smaller entities. We've got also a lot of things that we need to face, and the concrete ideas in the toolbook we want to implement are guidelines for jury teams, academic boards, the differentiation of scale between the events, the question of the selection, if your sessions are selection conferences, informal moments, etc., and all various inclusion. So The aim of that toolkit is to answer all of these questions that are legitimate in that matter while enabling audiences to put in place such events. Thank you.
Yeah, and also like the idea is that like by the next BNC we have like most of the content, so we can also introduce it to you guys and you can like give us again some feedback on it. So,
Are there any questions for the virtual opponents? Okay, everybody knows everything about multilingual events. It's very nice. Next up, we will have the more workshop results presented by Anya.
So I'll just say a couple of words that it was more of a knowledge exchange, but what was talked about the alumni activities are important for many reasons. Some of them as continuation of our mission statement to engage in different citizenships and of course reconnecting some of the expert knowledge and financial benefits as well. And one of the big promotion takeaways was as well that the international office can provide you with a lot of support to reach out to your alumni as well as you create a better opportunity for your alumni engagement people on their associates to build up any of the alumni activities yourself. That's a quick summary on the alumni activities, and maybe the next one I can also speak to talk about.
Yeah, before that, are there any questions regarding alumni activities? No, okay.
And maybe just the mentorship program is open, so you could forward it to the alumni of BNC and some of the members, and that Anna and Connor can also be approached to get any questions that alumni. And then a few words on the project on BNC support fund. The project fund, it was mostly input giving from the International Office Society how to apply for the BNC project funds. And we brainstormed and discussed the ideas around how to design a project to fit for the scheme. The deadline is 27th November, I think, that's it. So you should apply. There will be an info session where you can ask more questions. And we also talked about the NC budgets as a tool to success to monitor your financial stability in the national grid. And I also posted some of the materials in the Discord chat, as well as Natalie from UAP Austria also shared some of the materials. So just check it out and apply to the NC project funds. Do you have any questions? Perfect. And
thank you very much. Next up, a workshop on models, ESP.
Yeah. So maybe next slide. Okay, thanks. The workshop was basically a little bit of knowledge sharing and me giving a little bit of input on what an ESP does at a session, but also reflecting on differences between different Cs. We took some scenarios. I shared the closest thing we have to a definition of the role of the ESP, and we talked about what ESPs do according to policy. Hopefully all of your NSCs have an NSP now. A lot of them are now trained. So last weekend, make use of your NSP. If you don't have an NSP who's active, ask each other as well. Main thing is ask each other. There's a lot of people very passionate about welfare who are very well trained in the network who are not in the GB or not in the state for team. So definitely help each other. If you have any questions about ESPs at all, you can also ask me or text me or email me.
There are no questions regarding this workshop. The next workshop is on regional groups that are regional clusters. And to be more precise, it's about those introduced to the governing body, the coordinate BNCs, not the ones we use to select IS officials.
So that is my only anecdote.
Oh no.
I can see it in your faces. You're all excited to hear about the results of the regional cluster workshop. The enthusiasm right out of the so this whole thing started because I've been at too much clusters. Nothing happened really. That's currently because 2 years ago, people told me that they didn't want to have any meetings. And that's not fair, but no, let's take into account what is the present right now. So I want to know a little bit about how it works for other people. I want to get a few experience from other people and maybe look into the future a little bit. Also, maybe think about how clusters could look in the future. Next slide, please. Didn't manage that. No time. All right. No, before we go, so short summary of how the cluster system looks right now. That's a map, not Power BI section. Didn't know that map existed. There's a few problems with it. One of the problems, for instance, is if you look at Latvia, they are a cluster with currently Latvia and Latvia. Yes. Next slide, please. So basically, very much how stuff works. Stuff like the Baltics North, which is like very Nordic. The Baltics are not part of the Baltic. I don't know. So basically, they are doing a lot, monthly meetings, training events, whatever. The Balkans are also pretty happy, doing very good exchanges and stuff. And Southwest, so like France, no clue where they're. And for the others, varying degrees of success. So next slide, please. Oh, we're working well. Well, it's doing good. So what did we talk about? One thing was talking about what we want to do in the future and what we want from clusters. It was usually, training events, exchanging people for sessions and stuff like that. To a certain extent, monitoring between boards, and better communication and long-term, particularly when thinking about the Latvians among us, maybe thinking about reform of the current cluster system when the next GP board elections. And the other thing that we talked about was that clusters tend to, not work anymore when there's a lot of board handovers. Because stuff just gets lost when new people come on. So we talked a little bit about how we could fix that, and it usually revolved around from communication channels, drives, common meetings, and to a certain extent that one of the countries from a cluster gets the responsibility to actually do stuff for a given period of time. Any questions? Okay. See you later.
Maybe it's because we weren't.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions regarding this workshop? Okay, and then the final one is the increasing the visibility of international governance in the AYP network, which is presented by me. So yeah, basically, we started with this by saying, we feel that international governance is not that visible to random members within the network, and how can what is maybe the problems that we have currently? Why is that so? Is there something that's like structural problem within the network that causes this? What the BNC board is doing for that? What can we do further? And what the NCs are doing? And then we have like a knowledge sharing round of what the NCs actually do. This is, I need to wait a second. You shouldn't have seen these numbers yet. Okay. So basically we started off with asking people about some numbers, and it was very funny responses, and it was like how many people are in the UAP Discord. maybe 170, maybe 450, 200. It is much more than that. How many views we have on streams? How many members does what's currently existing? And we don't really, I'm just pointing this out as a fun fact. We don't expect that the international governance Facebook group ever really is active again. But just something that we already have. And where can people engage? So TikTok, people remember that TikTok now is a thing. I don't have any numbers on it yet, because it's like launched. In terms of Discord and the international governance Facebook group, they have like 1,900 members, which is a lot. Slack, which we retired, had 130 members. And these are the numbers for the BNCM streams. This final one is just like currently, I think we can see the total view count once the stream is stopped. But these are much better numbers than last time around. Last time around, we had like 20 people per stream. So apparently, we had more engagement now. We also have seen the people react to our messages. I mean, most of the reactions were you as NC representatives, but like people did react to our agenda updates and what is being discussed. Main problems pointed out that we have a very complex system. That it's hard to get the motivation to be involved in the international governance because it's another session. You don't get there to hang out with like 3 people, 4 people with 3 days or 3 days, unless you're at the BNC meeting, I guess, or like president's meeting, Summer Academy. It's hard to maybe it's very obvious when to ask about it, and inaccessibility, which is kind of twofold. It's both hard to find information about it, and it's also written in like inaccessible language, maybe. So some network-wide solutions is to make those things more accessible on the website. And primarily it was pointed out that when you look about international governance, it's not really obvious that you should go to the MP and click on Wiki to actually find about our policies. And that our policies and charter maybe could be written in 0 language. But the BNC board did so far. We did pilot one of the reels, which unfortunately didn't get that much responses, but I would like to shout out the Croatia, anyone who was in Herzegovina for submitting their reels. The only ones to do so. Instagram takeover, which we did before the BNC meeting. We have the aims and the TLDRs in our proposals, summary booklets, and problem channels in Discord now. What else can we do as the BNC board? So there were suggestions to make like a town hall for general members where they can learn about international governance. We have like a question box, or we have a story on Instagram that people can ask about international governance. We did have some questions when we had our takeover from people who are not NC representatives. It was very nice. We also did have one from Maya, but defining priorities. So which international governance documents are more important to read and know about the others? And we pointed out network-wide policies as the most important one because they apply to everybody. The initiative start discussions with members in Discord. This was more targeted towards the NCs themselves because in the public channels right now, it's only the BNC board and the IO, specifically Penny, that is posted. So maybe the other NC reps, there's like 50 of you here, you can also integrate in this one. And make the most important information more accessible. And then NC's knowledge shared. There were a bunch of ideas, IR portfolios, Discord, presenting the most important proposals for the BNC meeting, having like a more democratic way to confer your NC's vote, either like via General Assembly or like a form, making a summary of the booklets, simplifying the language of the proposals and so on. Having Instagram takeovers of your BNC meeting representatives while the BNC meeting is happening. I've seen that most of you have done so, but also like having an interactive element that your members can ask questions about international governance. Having like alumni committees or some other members involved, trainings during international trainings on international governance. Something similar to like Discord summaries, which is like this WhatsApp community chats, and stuff like that. And and once again, a couple of ideas similar to what we presented. What we, I guess, take out from this as the BNC board, maybe in the future for the next BNC meeting, you can expect there will be word limits in some parts of the like templates that we use, and then we will also ask, besides what we currently require from you, to write a simplified version of your proposal, I don't know, 200 words, 300 words, something like that. Something which should be akin to like summary part of your proposal. And we would also probably ask from for your cooperation regarding that. And to the town hall, we would really like to do the town hall. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Any questions? And I know that I took them on this, yes. But we are really passionate about visibility and others. Nice. Okay. In that case, yeah, since we are kinda still like 10 minutes ahead of what we're currently supposed to do, we have a formal request to add an agenda item where we will actually take the feedback from you on the use of Discord for the BNC meeting. Name and opportunity set that, all good. So, how was your EYP Discord experience? Did you manage it? Is it different than Slack? What could we do better? Did you manage the formal request? Like anything that you want to say as a time? Yes, it would be Portugal.
Like message people is so messy because you have to like be friends and yeah, Slack was just so much better. I don't have things constructive criticism, it's just shit.
It would be UK.
Well, like the answer is such a big problem. Everything here is probably about 700 really hard to manage it. I also find mental challenge communication. I also think so like
It would be the Netherlands.
There's so many words for data.
It would be Luxembourg.
It's like confusing. Slack was way better and way more organized. Like this confused, like 2020 game you're doing
Any other points? Yes, CYP Switzerland.
I agree on the direct messages and everything is super confusing. The only thing that I realized was a bit easier this time around was see the channels very clearly, like the different policies. That was way easier because we also didn't have to like specifically join the channels to see messages and everything. That's so far one of this that I have.
Good points. Maybe, I mean, there will be more extensive questions around in the feedback form for the BNC meeting, where you can like point out in more detail what could be improved. Yes, starting body, we can ask. Yes.
Hello. Also, maybe in the feedback form or somewhere, but we would really like to also hear your opinion on what you think of this new concept, because the idea of the Discord is not that it's just international governance, but it's everything in one place. So rather than having 4 different Slacks and 3 different Facebook groups, everything on Discord, also because not everyone is on Facebook, Instagram, whatever, and then Slack was Pro. So that was the idea initially last year. And then, so please also let us know if your mentors are on there, stuff like that. Put it in a feedback form and it will hopefully adjust. But also do
give us more ideas. We really want to have this internal space for everyone to join and to also reach everyone with international work.
Yes.
Can I add to this?
Yes.
Because yes, it's still being developed and your input will be very much needed and valuable for finalizing the Discord. It's not the final stage, so comparing it with the final stage of Slack is not very fair, but still to get input. But I want to point out the fact that there were some town halls about Discord and transitioning to there, which I think had a very, very low engagement too. Some NCs they engage very well, some NCs don't, but I think it would also be good to show this input to all the people during and after the BNC having used and tested this round. So please, after you leave this place, don't forget about Discord and don't forget about giving us feedback.
Very much. Any other points? What they were start discussing, you can stay in the point. Yes, sure, recognized.
Well, I personally don't like that that it's all centralized in the same place. I really prefer that it's separate because I don't like to have a lot of notifications on whatever platform they use. So when I get a lot of notifications and I think it's related to international governance, that's like a random event. I don't like that. So that's just what
Is there a direct response with the Austria?
There is not. You still see that. Yeah, okay. Fair enough.
Was that the point you want to make? Fair. Okay, so yeah, we would like to point out that we did ask, how can we make this the most, I would say, painless transition to Discord. I think the way we chose to do this is, I think, probably the best what we could have done. I know that DMs are a problem. I find them very annoying. That they're all like every single Discord server that I'm ever in, and you can like have a message request and open up. And that you really cannot see who this person is because it's just like the username. Which is why we used mails for formal requests, like it's 1994. But it was the easiest. I do think that in terms of like using this word, there wasn't a lot of discussion in the channels. So I'm not sure exactly how much you really did use this word, except to like check on our forward requests and stuff like that that we uploaded. But we very much appreciate the feedback, and we would like to, I guess, yes, you can. Just let me finish. And we would, reevaluate how this thing has been going, and should maybe, just continue forward. Or maybe we can find another way to have international governance present everywhere. But maybe if it's like such a big problem for everybody, maybe find out something else. Yes.
Yeah, basically everything that was said. Also, as you can see, the messenger chats, experiences I've been playing St. Myers to a very consistent Friday. You will see that a lot on Discord. Because my father is a very, very avid enjoyer of St. Myers celebration. And this connects to my PC and currently he's playing. So yeah, that's the notification.
Yes, it would be Germany.
Then turn your laptop around and see it.
Yeah, so after we stop with the BNC meeting, then we all join for a round of sim. Six. Because Discord is, gamers content. Okay. Thank you for your feedback and for this ad hoc round of debate. We really wanted to have it like immediately, so I can take some points from it and maybe improve it even earlier that we actually analyzed the feedback for. And following that, we are at the end of the meeting. Yes. Oh yes. Give me a second. So there's a closing of the meeting, the final item for the meeting. Okay, now it's time when you can put away your placards and things with your NC name in the envelopes. You really don't need them anymore now. Make sure you have all of your placards. Make sure you have all of your voting placards. That thing with your NC's name. And if you haven't already, sign the envelope. And I think you already returned the badges to Kenny. Okay, so papers you can keep, plastic and the lane art, return them to Kenny. After we're done, don't get off right now. Yeah, leave your envelopes on the desk and the flag and the lane arts, badges leave on the desk as well. Sorry, there was a procedural error on the, oh, sorry, it was posted a minute ago, so we didn't forget about it, we were just seeing it. There's a formal request by UAP Ireland to expose the identity of the new admin of the UAP USA Instagram account. We would also propose that they could consent that this part is not live streamed. No? So, closing remarks by Anya Suprunenko, Executive Director of the BNC.
I have two messages, actually three messages. First of all, it's my first BNC meeting after I came back from my maternity leave, and I just thanks for welcoming me back so nicely and warmly. And I would like once again want to emphasize what a community we are. And I wasn't part of this opportunity, but I'm immediately welcomed back. Of course, I was in here once itself. Now it's my job, but nevertheless, PhD is part of my life. And now the second message is building on the European elections. I think it's a little bit connected to me that this community, as we are, we really have to make an effort next year to activate all of these young people. And of course, here we are during this future of Europe, debating the policies, but in the end, what all of you do when you go back home is really engaging with all the young people in your national countries. And you are really youth workers on the ground, civil society workers. Sometimes we don't realize it because we are just EYPers. But that's really what all of us here do every day, trying to activate these young people from all over to do EYP for the sake of education, future democracy. So these are two messages that I want us to keep in mind, and hopefully at the next BNC meeting we will continue thinking about the future of Europe, future of European elections. Of course, with my Ukrainian background, I really hope that it will be a peaceful future and that we will also be contributing by just going there and voting next year. So these are two messages like that. And of course, my main message is have a round of applause to Henning. For making this possible for all of us. You were really behind it from day one you joined the office to from the day 365. You'll be dealing with BNCs, but thanks you also for cooperation with Henning and us on making it possible. And thank you to the BNC board for running us through the agenda program, managing it all. I think that basically gives secrets of how much work is behind the scenes. It's not just coming here and doing inspiration debates. So thank you. I hope all of you are watching them and thinking of applying to the BNC board next year and coordinate the ZGB next year. And that's why I also want to thank the ZGB, of course. Yanis is not here. It's incredible how you were present participating on the debates. And I just want to highlight it. What the ZGB members do on the network is also so invisible but so important. And the ZGB was mentioned in so many debates. The ZGB that, and just thank you very much for what you do for the network. And everyone else, please consider applying and running.
Next up, it's closing remarks by the BNC board. It says that it's me speaking, but it's not going to be only me. Yeah, before passing the mic to my fellow vice chairs, which are amazing, like I think it's not only 50% easier because there's one more, but I see so much more enthusiasm, so much. We've been doing so much more ever since we started this term, and it only took us some time to actually get going. But I think you can already see in terms of what you presented to you, the top candidates, the glossary, and stuff like that the BNC board is even more active right now, and would like to keep going. So I would like to thank Mia and his city and thank Aldo for the amazing support in making all of this happen. In terms of preparing stuff. And for their ideas and enthusiasm. I would thank other people later, but I will now pass the
Thank you very much. My first is my agency.
But my first interview from this side of the table, has also been a really great, experience. Also, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to practice tables. Great, but also want to thank you for the members, of the BNC board for speaking and for, I guess you guys are speaking. Really good. I'm good.
Actually, I have no idea what to say. So yeah, this is my third, same as others, BNC the future. And I think we're doing with the same enthusiasm that we did last year in the first one. So it's always amazing to come back to the heat of all of the organization. And it's always you to see people, and in a way, we need to see always restoring their faith in this organization. They want to lost cause. It's always nice to see this, and it's always nice to be reminded of. So yeah, and so just keep up the good work, bring this knowledge, this experience back to your seeds, and yeah.
Thank you very much. We will have some funny stuff before some more serious stuff. So this is the BNC meeting in numbers. You know. We don't count them separately, but we can check real quick. How many split votes we have? And I think there's 6 or 7, but don't take me for granted. 7. 7 is the answer. So yes, 23 hours and 45 minutes of agenda items in total. Still 5 more minutes to go of these 45 minutes. 19 statements, 130 points of debate, 38 responses, and surprisingly, very quick Croatia, followed by Germany, Armenia, and the governing party. And especially congratulations to Thank you to be proud. We also have another thing, which is the seating order. So we have received one yes. Men's basketball something. I would give the mic to representatives of UAP Latvia. That's exactly what it is. Because UAP Latvia has proposed to take seating order. Yes.
All right, so this is actually very
yes.
Basically that ranking was the growth of, so FIBA has a points rank, and it was the annual growth of points that translated into a change in ranking. So how much rank has a country lost or won? Dropped or gotten like Latvia, for example, over the past year in basketball, we grew 22 ranks on the charts, and some countries like lost 8 ranks or something like that. I know Norway grew like 18 ranks. So essentially that was that. It was complex.
Thank you very much, BNC Latvia, for suggesting today's meeting order and for giving some sports trivia to us. And you know, it's always an option that you guys propose meeting order of your own. We did them ourselves this time. We did take a lot of effort in making them. Maybe that's why they were that hard. So maybe we will half-pass it next time, and we will all this. Anyhow, the serious part. Oh, sorry. Because it would be wasn't Herzegovina was the closest one to guessing it. You guys get the reward. We would again encourage everybody to keep getting these things. This is supposed to be like, something fun with mood while the BNC board takes care of like 6 different formal requests for split votes, something like that. Depends on the time. It's a celebrating meeting. Anyhow, serious stuff. Yes. So I would like to thank everybody who found their way here in Berlin, either physically or digitally. I would also like to thank everybody who watched our YouTube live stream. As I remember, it was 2 people, so hello to people. We very much appreciate you. We hope there will be more in the future. I would also like to especially thank all the proposing entities for demonstrating their passion for the network by proposing topics of debate, policy proposals and workshops, knowledge exchange, caring about what we do here, fixing things which might have been done better. I think it's very important, even though it's not very visible. But the BNC board very much appreciates it. I think I also speak on behalf of the governing body and the office when it's set up. So guys, keep making proposals. Maybe just don't make 34 like last time, but this is an okay number. We can do this. I would like to thank the International Office for providing organizational, logistical, and other kinds of support to the BNC meeting, especially Penny, for making it happen. I think it's very easy to work with the International Office. We are supported every step of the way. Now we are able to do more stuff on our own, but even before, they always had our back. So thanks, guys. And finally, I'd like to thank the governing body as well for being so vigilant, so active, for proposing policy proposals, knowledge sharing, making international governance more accessible to new representatives as well in your explanations. Yeah, thanks. And finally, who else? I already thanked the BNC board, so thanks again. And that's it. Right on schedule, by the way. We have closed the BNC meeting autumn 2302. And the BNC meeting of official copy and the organizational announcement heading.
This will be the last one in province. So yes, now it's time to do clean up in here. I have already explained, I will repeat it just for repetition's sake. So leave your placard, your country badge, everything inside your envelope. And if you don't want to bring the pens or the notepad or whatever, you can also leave it in there. The rest you bring with you. What will be really nice and help us in cleaning and getting the room ready to leave is that for the BNC official copy, when you have cleaned up your desk, bring your stuff into that end of the building so that we can empty out this room. We'll make it a lot easier. There will be coffee, a little bit of cake, so you're free to stay for another like 30 minutes or so. And then after that, when we are done cleaning up, this is anticipated from someone more than others maybe. When we head back to the international office, we would like to offer those of you who are interested a chance to get a door picture in front of the Schwarzkopf Foundation door. Me and Saskia in particular will be going back to the office with all of the materials from here around. It depends on how quickly we are to clean. So if you're really eager, you can obviously help us clean it so it goes a bit faster. But from we leave here, it will take around an hour. So if we leave here at 4, it means we can take pictures around 5. If we leave here at 4:30, it's 5:30. Makes sense? Perfect. And also, of course, from my side as well, thank you all so much for coming and for making my job very, very easy.
Now, unlike any other time, you can actually start getting up and
what